Cara, mas vai sim.
Yeah, so who is present and who is
Philosophy World Day. We are coming to you live from Makeni in Lusaka, Zambia. Welcome to Lumen TV Zambia, broadcasting from St. Bonaventure University, Lusaka, Zambia, for the World Philosophy Day. Those of you watching us on Facebook, YouTube, you're welcome on board. Those of you watching us from your homes, welcome on board. This live broadcast has been brought to you by St. Bonaventure University College and staff. For those of you watching from home, we'll come back to you shortly as the activities begin. For now, it's just these live pictures that you are seeing, people seated, waiting. Of course, the procession from the road has already been done, and that's why you see people seated. They are waiting for the opening formalities. YouTube channel and Facebook, and Lumen TV on Topstar channel 101. So that is part of what you expect today, but there are many more items on the agenda. The issues of climate change are delicate. We are in November here in Zambia, and we don't have rains much. Of course, in few places, was it on Wednesday, Tuesday, it poured in Lusaka heavily, and it has been drizzling in some other parts of Zambia. So what is happening is sometimes we see a lot of rains, sometimes it is dry, and those who know, they say these are effects of climate change. So you want to learn more about this today, and so stay on Lumen TV and enjoy the programming.
Good morning. Good to see you all. Good morning once again. I know you have walked and well done. I'm sure Father Alfidio will find a way of just congratulating you, maybe give you ice cream or something like that. Don't get excited, I think it was out, so I don't know. Okay, I think we're about to start the program. Our band, if our band maybe can just be ready for us so that we can sing the national anthem. Our dear band, if you can just get organized so that we can sing the national anthem and then we'll start the program. We said we'll start the program at 9:20 and right on dot. Okay. As we are waiting for the band, we will have a prayer as well, and then we have sketches, we've got plays, we've got speeches, long ones, about 30 minutes, short ones. It's World Philosophy Day, so you need to philosophize about the speeches. Okay, is the band ready? If we can all be upstanding, I think. But do you want to move this side? Just from there, it's fine. Play from there. Okay, everyone is ready. Band, please, if you can lead us. Thank you. may be seated. Oh, before you sit, we need to pray. We need to pray. I'll ask Father Odunga. He can pray for us.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we adore you, worship you. We thank you for the gift of life and gift of intellectual faculties and for opportunity to study, to learn, and acquire education and knowledge. We thank you for our parents, families, benefactors, our teachers, lecturers, institutions where we come from, and the host universities, the Bonaventure, for this day as we celebrate World Philosophy Day. We pray for your blessings upon all the activities of this day. We thank you for the much pursuit you've had. And as we move on with the program today, may you take the lead. May the Holy Spirit guide us at every step, that at the end of this day, we may acquire knowledge, insight, inspiration, that we too can be a blessing to others. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Saint Bonaventure, pray for us. Saint Francis, pray for us. Mary, seat of wisdom, pray for us. The Lord be with you. And with your spirit. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let us praise the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Thank you very much, Father Odunga. Okay, wonderful. I can see you're full of energy. Yeah. Okay. So may I now officially say welcome to St. Bonaventure University and welcome to World Philosophy Day. And our theme for this year is Philosophy and Climate Change. Our program is really packed, so we will try as much as possible to entertain you, but at the same time, to let you learn one or two things. May I observe the protocols for today? I would like to recognize the rector of the University of St. Bonaventure, Father Alfigio Tuna. You're welcome, sir. And we are expecting some diplomatic corps to join us today, so we hope they'll be here in good time so that we are able to recognize them. However, we recognize ZEMA, the Zambia environmental what? Something. Yes, that same one. So we recognize ZEMA. We recognize UNESCO. We recognize the other institutions that are here, like Lusaka Environmental Health University, DMI. Is DMI here? Are they here? Put up your hands if you're here. Okay, we are praying for them so that they get here. We also have UNZA representatives. We have Glory Academy. And we also have Auxilium Skills Training Center. These are the institutions that are here and their representatives. You are most welcome. I know UNZA has got representatives speaking today with us, so thank you so much. We also would like to thank our sponsors, Power Drive Engineering, Talo Investments, and Natmaz Packaging. Thank you so much for just having that good hand to make this activity possible. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Father Alfigio Tuna, OFM, to give us his welcoming remarks. Thank you. A big hand for him, please.
To all respected dignitaries, scholars, and all other essential attendants, acknowledging the presence of the guest of honor, Mrs. Moria Nguni from UNESCO, the acting senior programs officer, communication and information, and social and human science, all our distinguished guests, the expected members of Diplomatic Corps. According to our correspondences, we are expecting retired Lieutenant General Mheshimiwa Matthew Edward Mkingule, High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania to Zambia, Ms. Charles Otieno, representing the High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya to Zambia, and Colonel Dube, representing the High Commissioner of Zimbabwe to Zambia, Ms. Muyanje Chilwana, representing Zambia Environmental Management Agency, ZEMA, members of different ministries of the Zambian government, members of press and media houses, fellow academicians and associates from the various institutes of learning, artists and students from the surrounding institutions, administration staff, ancillary staff, our collaborators, and all the students at large, ladies and gentlemen, who are attending this 21st commemoration of World Philosophy Day. I greet you all in your diverse capacities as acknowledged in your societal ranks. As the rector of St. Bonaventure University, I am honored to welcome you all to this event hosted by our institution. World Philosophy Day is a day set apart by the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, for the world to celebrate, I quote, the value of philosophy for the development of human thought, culture, and individual well-being. It is, as it is erroneously defined, philosophy is sometimes aligned to abstract theoretical discipline, which robs from its praxis dimension. This delimitation ignores how philosophy helps humanity to face its contemporary eminent challenges, such as the impending threat of climatic dictates, commonly known as climate change. All this is done to the tune of the future of humanity. How do we envision our future concerning our planet? As I welcome you to this event, I grab this opportunity to tell you about our institution, St. Bonaventure University School of Philosophy and Religious Thought is a unique institution that tutors students who are mainly aligned to serve humanity as religious and priests in the Catholic Church. As part of their religious formation, they are exposed to the intricacies of the world through the persuasion of philosophical studies as the foundation of all knowledge. St. Bonaventure University hosts students from 17 nations of Africa. It therefore boasts of its multicultural and multilinguistic richness from all dotted parts of Africa. Our operations here are guided by our vision, which is attaining wholeness and holiness through education. It is our mission to provide an all-inclusive and relevant education research, and technological proficiency to our practical-based learners. We are guided by our core values, namely academic diligence, moral integrity, environmental responsibility, and availability. It is in honor of our third core value, environmental availability, that we have gathered here today to reflect on the theme, philosophy and climate change, a theme that is so fitting to the world's current situation. Finally, St. Bonaventure University welcomes anyone who wants to seek wisdom through the academic persuasion of philosophical and religious studies. Thank you for joining us today. It is my wish that you will enjoy the activities lined up for the day. I welcome you and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Alfijo. Please, let's give him another round of applause. His speech was short and sweet. That's what we expect from everyone, eh? Say yes. I'll ask them to give you long ones. Is that what you want? Okay. At this moment, I hope Ms. Muyanje Chilwana is available. We have a speaker from the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and her name is Ms. Muyanje Chilwana. A big hand for her, please. She'll speak about UNESCO. Yeah, she'll speak about UNESCO and World Philosophy Day. Is she available? Yeah, but okay. Is she available? Yes, she's the next one on the program. Oh, okay. I've got two speakers here. So we start with Zema, right?
No, you introduced.
Oh, she's from, right, okay. My apologies. I think I must have gotten it the other way around. I totally apologize. Okay. Okay, let's do this again. We are now going to have a speech from UNESCO, and her name is Mrs. Moira Nguni. I've got it right now? So sorry, ladies. So, and she'll talk about UNESCO and World Philosophy Day. Thank you so much.
The Rector, St. Bonaventure College, the Dean of Studies, Zema representative, universities present, sponsors, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today to present the message from Ms. Audrey Azole, Director General of UNESCO, on this occasion of World Philosophy Day. In the world of profound technological change, with the development of artificial intelligence, AI, and the emergence of neurotechnology, scientific and technical developments are likely to have a profound impact on the mental health of individuals and the equilibrium of societies. World Philosophy Day 2023, in raising questions about the upheavals and their individual and collective ramifications, invites us to reflect with the faculty of reason on the best way to continue to live together as a community. We need, for example, to examine the role of the algorithmic models in the digital field that are disrupting interactions on a planetary scale and throwing free will into a state of confusion. We also need to reflect on the ethical implications of neuroscience and climate engineering technologies that can serve as tools for progress, but whose consequences with respect to human rights we are still struggling to fathom. Philosophy actually gives us the keys to be able to consider and put into perspective those fundamental challenges in order to find answers that are as accurate as they are insightful. Therein lies the strength of a discipline that draws on the thinking shaped over centuries by generations of women and men of all cultures, from Aristotle to Maimonides, from Avicenna to St. Thomas Aquinas, and from Aminata Diasese to Anna Arendt. Philosophy I guess I can continue with my speech? All right, thank you. Philosophy is a constantly living exercise that enables us to question the world of today and tomorrow, to visualize it both as it is and as it might be. For artificial intelligence, when it serves to underpin human intelligence, holds great promise for social and political dialogue, for disseminating insightful information, and for allowing all voices to be heard. To ensure the best possible use of new technologies, they need to be regulated so as to contribute to peace, to the stability of societies, and to the well-being of humanity. It is a requirement that is central to UNESCO work. Our recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, for example, which was adopted anonymously at the by the member states in 2021, proposes effective solutions to make most of the technologies while ensuring that human rights are respected. In keeping with that work, the 42nd session of UNESCO's General Conference, which was held from the 7th to the 22nd of November 2023, has also initiated a debate on the possibility of producing a normative instrument to maintain control over neurotechnology and ensure its ethical use. That is why UNESCO on this World Philosophy Day is reaffirming the crucial importance of a discipline that makes it possible to continue the debate on our common destiny, a debate that is open to all forms of knowledge and, in particular, to the contribution of human and social sciences to efforts to grasp the world in all its complexity and to translate the thinking into action. It's a debate that is above all, open to one and all. Finally, philosophy is not the prerogative of the isolated sage in his or her ivory tower. It provides the tools to collectively reinvent the world and the humanity of tomorrow, the humanity to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Nguni, for that lovely speech. And indeed, human rights must be respected. At least I picked that one. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is from Zambia Environmental Management Agency, ZEMA. And this is Ms. Muyanje Chilanwa, who will talk about climate change and environmental protection, the Zambian context. A hand for her, please.
I'm shocked. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The guest of honor, the ambassadors in attendance, the rector of St. Bonaventure University, the dean of students, UNESCO representatives, heads of government departments representative in attendance, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be here today at your request to come and launch World Philosophy Day. Thank you. To come and launch World Philosophy Day under the theme Philosophy and Climate Change. As we gather here to celebrate the launch of World Philosophy Day, this day is not just a commemoration of profound ideas and intellectual pursuits. It is a call to action, a reminder that philosophy is a crucial role to play in addressing some of the most pressing issues of our time. As we delve into the realm of philosophy, we must also confront the stark reality of our planet's environmental challenges. The world is facing a crisis that transcends borders and affects every living being on this planet. Climate change and environmental degradation threatens the very fabric of our existence, and it is imperative that we reflect on the philosophical underpinnings that guide our relationship with the natural world. Philosophy at its core encourages us to question, to seek understanding, and to explore the fundamental principles that govern our actions. It also challenges us to contemplate our role in existence and also to consider the ethical implications of our choices. And as we reflect on World Philosophy Day, we cannot ignore the interconnectedness of philosophy inquiry and our responsibility towards environmental protection. Environmental protection is the practice of protecting our natural environment by individuals, groups, and government. It is our objective to conserve the natural resources and the existing natural environment, where it is possible to also repair the damage and to reverse the trends. As Zambia Environmental Management Agency, I wish to let you know that we are an independent environmental regulator and coordinating agency that was established through an act of parliament, the Environmental Management Act number 12 of 2011. It is our mandate to do all such things as necessary to protect the environment and control pollution, so as to provide the health and the welfare of the persons, plants, animals, and the environment at large. ZEMA is governed by a board that provides strategic direction, develops policies, approves its works, and plans, as well as budgets that monitor its functions as it is related to the Environmental Act. Some of the functions for ZEMA include advising the minister on the formulation of the policies on all aspects of the environment, and in particular make recommendations for the sustainable management of our environment. We also coordinate the implementation of activities of all ministries, appropriate authorities, and conservancy authorities in matters relating to the environment. We also develop and enforce measures aimed at preventing and controlling pollution. With regards to climate change in the Zambian context, Zambia has domesticated the Paris Agreement Treaty. This treaty is aimed to enhance the country's resilience to climate change and promote low carbon development. So as Zambia Environmental Management Agency, we have also signed to be a party to the Paris Agreement, as well as the UNFCCC, which is the United Nations Framework for Climate Change and Convention. As such, as a country, we are required to report on greenhouse gas emissions by source and removals by sink, the progress made in climate change mitigation, adaptation measures, as well as the support needed in accordance with the enhanced transparency framework, which is also under the Paris Agreement. In the context of the enhanced transparency framework, the adoption of the Paris Agreement as a country enables us to report on the emissions through a report called the Biannual Transparency Framework, as well as the report called the Fourth National Communication Reports. With these two reports, we are expected to report the mitigation measures that we are doing as a country. And other than that, we also encourage mitigation measures to the country. In conclusion, as we launch the World Philosophy Day, let us seize this opportunity to reflect on our lives, our values, our choices, and our responsibilities. Let philosophy not just be an intellectual pursuit, but a guiding force that shapes our actions in the service of sustainable and resilient future. Together, through this thoughtful reflection and collective action, we can embark on a journey towards environmental protection, climate resilience, and a world where philosophy contributes to the well-being of both humanity and a planet we call a home. Thank you so much. If you see me stressing, just...
Thank you so much. That was a lot of information. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. Maybe I should ask someone to repeat that speech. Should I? Okay. I hope, okay. Thank you. I hope Lusaka Environmental Health University is ready with their poem so that we can have something different, eh? Because speeches, sometimes we get tired. So, are the poets ready? No. Actually, there are some beautiful young ladies coming through. Thank you very much. Oh dear. Thank you very much. A big hand for the poets.
We are the mighty Lehu students. Your education, our way.
I have a dream. I have a vision. I have a target.
I have a goal. We have all it takes. Dream, vision, target, and goals.
Here it comes, the beat of fear. We need to realize that the way the sun rises from the atmosphere. Otherwise, the reflection will not be creation. But this is the reality of the quality with humility in larger quantities from the Almighty, all humanity. Not forgetting the imperative, captivating, motivating, scintillating panel of their educators. If you're not affected, you must be affected. Pretend not, because pretense will make you one of those who are affected. Yet, pretend not to be. Leading the fight against climate change, lots of obstacles that we face. Global warming is coming soon.
We have the gift of the life and breath, but we also have the curses of the greed and poor. We have the wonders of the diversity and balance, but we also have the horrors of extinction and imbalance.
We have freedom to choose our own values, but we also have conflicts to make. We have the physiology to question our assumptions. We also have the ideology to justify our actions. We have to act before it's too late to save our planet from this fate. Otherwise, they'll pick up them. Oh my God.
Well done. Okay. Let's continue with the program, but I think that was wonderful, so let's clap for them again. Thank you very much. Now I think we've relaxed a bit. We can go back to the core business of today. And the next on the program is the theme entitled The Place of Philosophy in Climate Change, an overview of philosophy and its branches, These are the two things that are going to be discussed, and the first speaker will be Mr. Mtonga, a lecturer at the Lusaka Environmental University. After that, we are immediately will be followed by Mr. Marella from St. Bonaventure University. Thank you so much. Mr. Mtonga, we are waiting for you. Oh, there he comes. There comes Mr. Mtonga. Please, a big hand for him. DMI students be ready with their poem? DMI, are they here? And also the Zambia Environmental Health University, if you can also be ready with your play. Okay, thank you.
All right. Normally, I don't like technology. You can imagine I'm taking 5 minutes just to switch on this gadget, and it is eating my time. But all the same, we hope these slides will come on. But if they don't, we'll still go ahead. The theme, we are celebrating World Philosophy Day, and the theme is philosophy and climate change. And in my discussion, I have only 3 objectives. The first one is to define the terms which are in our discussion for today. And the terms are philosophy. There is also climate and also climate change. So that is our first objective. Then the second objective, after looking at the definition of those terms, because they will make us understand where we are going to. Then the second objective is trying to look at maybe some effects of climate change, the effects and causes of climate change. Because you cannot discuss climate change without knowing how they happen and what effects they have. And then finally is the issue of philosophy, to say what role can philosophy play in climate change. Having said that, let me see if it will open. Now it's not opening. So first of all, we'll define the terms as I indicated. The first one is climate. As a teacher, sometimes you throw it to the students to say what is climate, how do you define climate? So climate, in simpler terms, are weather patterns over a long period of time. And usually, the average is 30 years. That is the definition of climate. And then you come to climate change. I've defined what climate is, and the change simply means the transformation. If you don't know what transformation is, then you must find another word. So it is the transformation, the change of climate. What has happened to climate? That's what the transformation is, over the period of 30 years. And that's what is happening. So we have defined climate, we have defined climate change. Okay. Now we go to philosophy. There are two definitions of philosophy. One is academic, and I think most of you here are philosophers. If you have never done philosophy, then I'm sorry, I might not define it for you. But I'll tell you that it's purely academic. Earlier on, I think the dean defined it. It's the thought, thinking, how people think and how they can try over their thoughts. They can be able to bring about a transformation or something like that. The other one is the one which is concerned with what is happening. The second definition. I wish the slides came into picture. It's working now. Okay, we'll go straight into the definition. Okay. You can see now. Because the password.
You can tell me the password.
The password is Joram. Small letters, Joram. Okay, so there's a password there again. It is causing problems. So, from there now we can move on. So when it comes to the definitions, I wanted to give you the exact definition of philosophy. So the other one talks, academic, where you talk about metaphysics, what it is, and all these other aspects. But the other one is talking about human behavior. Philosophy in terms of human behavior. How does a human being behave? And sometimes, for example, in Zambia, one time we had the philosophy of humanism. Okay, how man should behave. And Kaunda said that he put man at the center of everything. Man being the center. And I remember the church at that time also wrote a pastoral letter thinking that Kaunda was going to take them into scientific socialism, where it doesn't recognize a God. But it was just saying that everything revolves around man. Even in the scriptures, God said, you cannot say you love me before you love a human being.
And that is the philosophical aspect. Now we are saying, how does this aspect of a human being, how has it affected the situation we are in now? Everybody here is feeling the heat.
You can write the password.
Pardon? Joram.
Like this?
Yes.
Just like that?
58. But not capital. So, how has our behavior as human beings affected the environment? Okay? There are, for example, 4 crises caused by human beings. We have number 1, pollution. Number 2, depletion of natural resources. Number 3, we have a crisis of the spirit. And number 4, if I'm not mistaken, is overpopulation. These are the human crises. You can see they all revolve around your behavior and my behavior. You have polluted the environment. There is the so-called green gases, okay, causing global warming. You have cut the forests. There is the accumulation of carbon dioxide that has created a blanket. And because of that, the heat from the sun cannot be reflected back. And then it is high temperature. And then you say there is global warming. And what is the effect? You have drought when there is no rain. You have flooding. You have all sorts of things. And in terms of where I'm coming from in the field of health, you will find that they say this climate change has resulted even in mental illnesses. Okay? Insect-borne diseases are on the increase. One time I heard on the news in BBC, somewhere there, to say actually malaria had appeared in the UK, when they had thought that malaria was gone. And maybe some of the cancers we're experiencing in Zambia now are because of climate change. Because some of the oncogenes, in science we call them oncogenes. All of us have these oncogenes which are cancer causing. They're just waiting to be elicited. And maybe they are elicited because of increase in temperature. When that temperature increases, then these cancer-causing germs start. And your cells start dividing rapidly. And if you're as old as me, then you start having a prostate cancer. It could be because of climate change. Okay. It could be because of climate change. And I think I'm being directed that my time is up. Okay. So, normally, that's what I do when I'm lecturing in my university. I've lectured for so many years. And when these things stop working, I continue lecturing. I don't say, oh, the lecture is cancelled because there is no power, as if I don't have anything there. Unfortunately, madam, we are not going to use this because it has failed again to open the slides. This laptop is second hand. So that means it was God's making to say, go and say what you know. And like a copy and paste, I sat down looking for quoting this James and John. And so on, I did that. But this is what I know over the years. and that's why this laptop there has misbehaved. But all the same, if you want a copy of what I've written there, you will find that it is slightly different, even more different. Because sometimes you don't say what you are supposed to, you saying out of your written speech. So most of what I've said here is out of that. I will leave it with the dean that thing, I think it will work immediately. I come out of here, it will be done. So I was just saying that. In actual fact, you will find that that's what happens. So some of these effects that we're seeing for climate change are because of our own doing. We're talking of pollution, I said. Pollution is our own making. And the time when we were coming, there's garbage all over. We are not concerned, okay, about human population, overpopulation. For overpopulation, for me, I don't think we are overpopulated, that we are causing a crisis. Because when you are talking about defining the carrying capacity, you say number of human beings over area. Do you think our area is small? So the earth is so small that it cannot contain the population that is there? And then you say it is a crisis. For now, human population for me is not a crisis. Because we have not occupied, the land is still too great to be occupied. But if you are talking about habitable land, where human beings can stay, because you have failed to subdue the mountains where people can go and stay, then you say we are confined to Lusaka. You know, you can go to Chama, there are hills there. Go and subdue that territory. Even Chinese, they can come and occupy that land. Land is still there. So there's no need of even carrying out these programs of planning, family planning and so on. For me, that is not a crisis. Okay? According to the definition of population, if you say overpopulation, you are checking about the number of people and the area. Okay? But the other three, because of the activity of man, because men, even if you are two, you can cut down a large portion of land. Two people. And if you cut that large portion of land, then that means you have contributed to this climate change. Because carbon dioxide will accumulate, and instead of carbon dioxide to be used for food, to manufacture food, you will not manufacture food, because carbon dioxide is an important ingredient. Because there are no trees to absorb that carbon dioxide. And they are in excess, as I mentioned, then it causes global warming. And global warming has its own effects, drought, and now we have floods and so on and so forth. Okay? So those are the issues. Now, coming to the last objective, how does philosophy come in? How are these think tanks, the people who spend most of the time thinking? But then you should ask yourself, what are you thinking about? Are you spending time just to think that, okay, there will be that, and then there can be this, and then there will be that and this, but not taking that and this outside there and see how that and this can be used to change this situation of climate change? That's what is expected of philosophy. So even as you are thinking to say, okay, you're looking at human behavior, how do you go to my mother there in the village to say, no, this charcoal burning you are doing is bad because of A, B, C. In a simple language, because that is your philosophical thought. And make my mother understand that she can use another alternative energy rather than cutting trees. That's how philosophy can come in. That's how your thought can come in. To change the behavior of my mother, to change the behavior of my sister, to change the behavior of even our students here. Because some of our students, especially I taught in secondary school for a long time, and I ended up as a deputy head teacher. Okay? And that deputy head teacher just came 2 years before I retired. And what did they expect me to do in 2 years before retirement? Would I be effective as a deputy head? Now, you will find that when they come back from break, especially in public schools, it's very common. You find when they come back from break, then they will eat and then throw litter anyhow in the rooms. Then I would come. Just ask one question. My children, do you throw litter in your father's house after eating? They said, no. But what have you done here now? Then you see them picking the peppers and litter. Okay? So that is the education that is missing. And because of that missing education, we have found ourselves in this situation. And especially now, let me conclude this. There's an issue of blame game. They say, no, Africa should not be involved in this drive for climate change because we are not the causes. The causes are the Britons who started the Industrial Revolution, the industrialized countries. So we have no baby to do anything about that. But then, now you see what is happening here. One of the SDGs, I don't know what number it is. I don't memorize numbers. One to deal with infrastructure development. That by 2030, okay, all countries must make sure that there is a proper infrastructure development in terms of shelter, roads, and so on, and so on. So when you do that, okay, what do you think will happen? There will be trees destruction. And if that infrastructure development is not done properly, with a proper sewage lines and so on and so forth, then you are in Manenge trouble. Okay? There will be these diseases, waterborne diseases. We are experiencing them in our country. Okay? It's because of wrong planning. And also, for the love of development, we'll be cutting trees like our friends. So we'll reach a time when the country also will be bare. All these forests we have will not be there. We were just moving around with the band. Okay? And now concluding. We were just moving around with the band. When we were moving from that side, and then we entered, and you see, when you are moving from that side, and then we entered, since you don't like questions, the difference which I saw was in terms of the air. In terms of the what? The air. There it was a bit hotter. Here the breeze was nice. Why? Because of the vegetation here. The vegetation here. Remove this vegetation, you experience what we are talking about. And that is why they say plant trees. Don't destroy our trees. That is the relationship between philosophy and climate change. From Brother Joseph Rajab Mtonga, secular Franciscan. By the way, I'm a secular Franciscan.
Well done. Thank you so much, Brother Joseph Mutonga, secular Franciscan. As we prepare Mr. Godfrey Marera to come and speak to us, I hope the Zambia Environmental Health University is ready with their play, because immediately after it will be the play that we are going to have. So, Mr. Marera, over to you. Thank you. As you come to talk to us about an overview of philosophy and its branches. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My speech is a bit academic, so I will implore for your indulgence so that you pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to celebrate UNESCO's annual World Philosophy Day, which on the UNESCO calendar falls on the third Thursday of November. The nefarious effects of climate change to human existence, offering bleak possibilities of a future, make it incumbent upon us to discuss about environmental protection today. Hence, the deliberately opted theme, the place of philosophy in climate change and environmental protection. Nowadays, philosophers are rarely considered on deliberations on urgent matters such as climate change. And copious reasons, however unreasonable, conspire to this lamentable disregard of the queen of all sciences. As a result, philosophy has precipitated to the peripheries of the academia and human life. Ladies and gentlemen, it is from this background that I implore you to allow me to set out on an apologetic trajectory in my rumination on the relevance of philosophy to climate change and environmental protection. Philosophy is said to have no place in urgent matters such as climate change and environmental protection because, according to the conspirators of this theory, 1, the philosopher is simply a hair splitter, only arguing for the sake of argument. 2, philosophical arguments take long to reach conclusions, if at all they will ever do. 3, philosophy is a pseudoscience with no subject matter, hence cannot bring a solution to anything. Let me clear these misconceptions before I go into the specifics of how philosophy is relevant to climate change and environmental protection. Firstly, the philosopher is regarded simply as a hair splitter, someone who argues for the sake of argument and to confuse people. It is said that philosophers relish their prowess in argumentation and enjoy watching their interlocutors cowering to submission. They use a vocabulary that is only known to them, which is designed to confuse. To the contrary, as I will soon demonstrate, philosophy is a search for the truth. Arguing for the sake of arguing is actually sophistry or sophism. The second disenchantment with philosophy is in such matters like climate change is that philosophical arguments take long to reach conclusions, if at all they will ever do. Philosophers, it is said, rarely reach conclusions and are almost always agreeing to disagree. May I accept this on behalf of philosophy, but with justification. I am not philosophizing. The reason for this is that in philosophy, there is a demand for logical consistency, validity, soundness of argument. Hence, a true philosopher would rather take time reflecting on a problem or profess ignorance rather than partake in the celebrations of untruths and half-baked answers. An English philosopher, John Stuart Mill, one of the architects of liberal democracy, once said, "I would rather be a Socrates dissatisfied than a pig satisfied." Those disillusioned by philosophy also say that it is a pseudoscience with no subject matter, hence cannot bring food to the table or a solution to anything. More so, it cannot do anything to urgent matters like climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, after dispelling the misconceptions of philosophy, my next task is now to explain why we say philosophy is a science and that it has got a subject matter. As I do this, it will become clear to you how the mother of all sciences is relevant to climate change and environmental protection. From its Greek origin, philosophy is defined as the love of wisdom or love of knowledge. Philosophy And hence the philosopher is a lover of wisdom. By wisdom is meant the understanding of the fundamental nature of reality, life, and humanity, and using that understanding to guide our lives. It is the ability to discern or judge what is true, right, lasting, and enduring. In this regard, philosophy is the supreme instrument in the hands of man in the struggle for his successful existence. Aristotle wrote, "It is owing to wonder that the human person both now begin and at first began to philosophize. Philosophy advances with life and must exist as long as life exists. Even as they begin to grow, children wonder about many things and they ask questions like, where did I come from? Where does the sun go when it sets? Where does hunger come from? What happens to what we eat?" The study and practice of philosophy develops essential skills like critical thinking, logical thought, problem solving, writing skills, and many more. It is an arsenal for the broadening of the mind so that it does not become myopic and blinkered by beliefs of the tribe. It enables a better understanding and appreciation of others' views when they come into conflict with our own. It encourages intellectual tolerance and the development of intellectual imagination. It is a nourishment to the human faculty of reasoning. Left alone with water and sunlight, crops may still grow, but stunted and bearing less to no fruit. However, with fertilizer and manure, they'll blossom and yield better harvest. In the same way, without philosophy, humanity will still exist, but miserably and pathologically. On the other hand, with philosophy, it will have a purpose and direction. Traditionally, there are four main branches of philosophy: logic, metaphysics, epistemology, axiology, or theory of values. These have been organized according to the issues that they delve with, in addition to the broad categories that I have mentioned. Philosophy also deals with systematic body of principles and assumptions underlying particular realities of existence and experience. These are called supplementary courses in philosophy. For example, there are philosophies of science, education, art, language, music, law, mathematics, and religion. And one of the emerging philosophical courses is environmental philosophy. It is the application of philosophical methods in the study of nature and our environment. Suffice it to say that each of the main branches of philosophy feature in environmental protection theory. Let us begin with logic. Logic deals with reasoning. It is the science and art of reasoning. It distinguishes between deductive and inductive reason. On the other hand, it looks at valid and invalid arguments. Logic then is an instrument or a means for sound reasoning. It directs our thinking processes to the knowledge of truth and to certain kind of order or consistency in our thinking processes. The science of logic teaches us to guard against fallacious reasoning. It is a science and method of philosophy. As any science, environmental theory needs logical thinking so that beliefs, values, practice, and theory are all consistent with policy making. Discussions about climate change and environmental protection are pervaded by emotionalism, cultural conservatism, and political conservatism and activism, and other forms of biasness whose only panacea can be offered by logical objectivity. The other science is metaphysics, which at times is defined as the first philosophy. Metaphysics is a comprehensive thinking about the nature of things. It attempts to offer a comprehensive view of all that exists. It is the science of all reality. Its main problems are: what is reality? What is the relationship between matter and the mind? Is the world one or there are many? What is space? Is there space after all? What is the purpose of creation? Is there a God? And many other questions. In brief, metaphysics discusses the relationship between the world, the self, and God. Every position of environmental protection presupposes a particular assumption about nature, human relation to nature, and human destiny. This position impacts on how we will treat nature and our environment. It is for this reason that there is a subdivision of environmental theory called ecological metaphysics. Its aim is to assess the different metaphysical positions and their impact on our attitudes towards the environment. Are we consumerists, or do we think we have a destiny? The other course is epistemology, which is the study of knowledge. It is a branch of philosophy that studies the sources, the nature, and the validity of our knowledge. Why do we say we know, and how do we know that we know? The following are some of the questions. What is the human mind capable of knowing? From what sources do we gain our knowledge? Can we ever say that we have got genuine knowledge that we can depend on? Or must we be satisfied with opinions, beliefs, and guesses? Are we limited to knowing the bare facts of sense experience, or are we able to go beyond what the senses can reveal? Ecological epistemology aims to study the sources, nature, and validity of our knowledge about our environment and how that influences our attitude and our treatment of our environment. The last main branch of philosophy is axiology, which is the theory of value. It can be further subdivided into ethics, aesthetics, and political philosophy. In broad terms, ethics concerns itself with the questions of morality. What is right? What is wrong in human relations? Aesthetics is the philosophical study of art and beauty. Political philosophy is the study of governance and power. Maybe ecological ethics is one branch that is popular in environmental theory. Ecological ethics looks at our rights and duties in relation to the environment. Ecological aesthetics assesses how human interaction with the environment impacts on the order and beauty in nature. Ecological political philosophy studies how environmental interferences, whether positive or negative, are influenced by political power, policy, and ideology. From this, it is my hope, ladies and gentlemen, that I have managed to demonstrate to you the importance of philosophy in general, and in particular in the discussions of climate change and environmental protection. This I did by dispelling the misconceptions about philosophy and by showing how philosophy features in environmental theory. It is also my hope that I was successful in achieving my other objective, which was none other than persuading you to appreciate the value of philosophy in your lives. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godfrey Marrera, for your speech, which was full of words which I think most of us did not understand. I don't know if my friends understand panacea, and even those, some of us. I don't know what's wrong with philosophers. Can't you just say solution, remedy, you know? Simple words like that, but you come up with panacea. Anyway, thank you so much. I think it has really hit home, and there's something that we can take away from that. I hope that our play is ready, the ones that are supposed to do the play. We are ready for you. Are you ready? Wonderful. So we have a play from the Zambia, from the Lusaka Environmental Health University, based on the same theme that we have today. Over to you. Do you want us to move this? Would you like us to move this? Okay, thank you. I need manpower.
You can put it just there. But it's there.
Yes, they will use it.
You need it. You need it.
Of the water, it's all because of us. Because you know, the way you use your water is not the way someone else uses. Some people, they just leave the taps running in the shower, washing plates. You leave the tap there, you go on the phone for 2 hours. Not 3 hours. The wastage of water. So it's because of that. It's us to take care of our water so that we don't run out of water in the next future.
So how can we help each other when it comes to water issues?
Do you know what I'm thinking? We were supposed to have a meeting as a community to raise awareness, because people, they don't know what to do. Yes. So we'll tell you in the evenings at that big tree there where we meet, which is Samuji Patija. We are going to meet. All right, Ziko. Tikamwe commands. What are you doing? Out. My energy is finished. This is what they are telling us. We are looking for a shelter on the way, and not trees. Trees. Please talk to him. Why are you cutting the trees? I want to plant. Very sharp work. Have you seen that the tree is almost down? Have you seen? So, no shelter. You see?
So why are you cutting the trees?
The reason why I'm cutting these trees is because people know shanga large portion yakuti bantu baziona toke muntu wahanga mujende.
You're telling me that all this place, it's for all your farming, or you just farm this kama place? Yeah. This is why it's just showing.
Nando hanga, I want to plant. Nando hanga bi.
So now we are cutting, like, you know what they are doing? Everything, even to my smaller one. See? This woman. So now, you know the effects of cutting the trees. When you cut a lot of trees, you are reducing water level. The ready for pattern is distorted. No! Please contribute.
They are the major contribution to the red pattern. Yes. So please, we're kindly asking, at least if you know that you're going to be cutting trees as you're going to start farming, please plant some more trees.
Okay.
Please do so. But we'll have a meeting in my evenings there on that big tree. It's some party. Yes. Yes, please be there.
Mkabwera na majombo ya meni.
What's the problem? So what's the problem with my question?
No, but it's not in there.
No, are they affecting you?
You're not allowed to do what
No, where is it? Where is it?
Uncle, you look educated. I'm sure you can read what is written.
Oh, pick and pay. I've seen it.
No. This way. What?
Reduce, reuse, recycle, 100% recycle. Oh, yeah.
So you do not have to throw plastics anyhow.
I see.
They can be reduced.
So
They can be reused.
So I reduce them with my hands, eh?
No. You know what? I can give you an advice. There's a company, and I tell you, you see, when you have a lot of plastics at your place, just put them in a sack bag. Take them to that company. They're going to make new things out of plastics, okay? These plastics.
So So meaning they will make new things out of this?
Yes.
Also gain my money?
This is making bags.
All right.
Giving shoes.
Really? I never knew about that.
Then please, stop plastic production. And also tell your friends as you are going to move. You say, in plastics, they are inside.
All right. Sounds good.
Yes.
That's so like this. Please, thank you for educating me, but I'll get this. I need to go and recycle it.
Okay, you know what? Me, I'm thinking the government should be announcing every year the person who picks a lot of plastics. That's where people will stop throwing plastics. Yes, and they should be awarded. When people that we office, yeah, but my environmental issues. So, yeah, I think we need a road.
When I'm leaving, I can't go sweat.
Yeah.
Evidence.
No. Thank you, madam. Oh, me, my name is Climate Change.
My name is Bonaventure.
So, madam, where we're coming from? But that's okay, madam. So, if I don't need to, yes, sir. Yes. So, where we're coming from, we've been seeing problems. What kind of problems? There's plastic pollution. People are just cutting trees anyhow. I don't know. What is the office doing? Are they on the ground or what? Yeah, the problems are there, but you are youth in our community. What are you doing? You know what? If you ask us what we are doing, we cannot do something minus having the information. So you have to raise awareness because you have the information.
Okay, let me tell you this. You as people out there in the community, you see what's going on, you see the problem. Why can't you create a group where you have a group, you have paperwork, tell us all the problems, the solution. You can come to us, we help you with the funding and the government will come in. We need youth like you in our
Well said, madam. Sorry to touch you. So I have everything here. I can just nowadays we have technology. I'm typing everything here. Your number. So today we're having a meeting here. That's right. Where there is some okay. Yeah.
You think the location
is to just raise awareness. You think the location? Yes, madam. Please, we're kindly asking for your presence.
I'll be there.
Thank you.
Today is stakeholder. I need to be there.
I'll be there.
Please, madam.
You are very well. We need you like you in our community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your work.
I think the people, you know what, the people are saying it's coming. I've seen one, the farmer, yes.
Oh, the farmer.
You're welcome, the farmer.
Bankaga, aga jumbo.
Buti Bankaga. Hey, Tidiko. It is that dripping.
I managed to have it.
What's my wife?
Okay, so it was dripping.
I managed to have it.
Okay, thank God. So the meeting of today is that we should do water preservation. Yes. So I think since it's close to rain season, digging up, what to do, we harvest water. Yes, that's what water harvesting. So that's
I think na vile ikanopigwa hapana kuna vishanga kwa hao naona wewe ashinda na papata
and those people
na watu atende video ngatisibije bizo guys
and you know that there's no such thing as trash. Every trash can be recycled.
Zero waste to mana.
Zero waste. Yes. Thank you.
Passou.
Thank you so much. Can we please give them another round of applause? There was a lot of message in that one. There was a lot of education. I know the language was a bit of a challenge for some people, but generally they spoke about climate change and what we can do to improve our environment. So thank you very much. At this moment, I'm going to call upon Dr. Julius Kapembwa from the University of Zambia, and he will discuss climate change and animal right to adaptation. Dr. Kapembwa.
I would like to ride on the protocols as adduced by earlier speakers. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, my talk is about animal rights to climate adaptation. However, before I begin my talk, let me say something quite concrete about the role of philosophy in climate change discourse. I will read from an article by a philosopher who was a lead author at the writing of the 5th assessment report of the IPCC, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. His name is John Broome. So he says, the authors of the IPCC recent 5th assessment report therefore included two moral philosophers. I'll begin with the previous statement. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recognizes that climate change is a moral problem. Or to use its cautious language, it raises ethical issues. The authors of the IPCC's recent 5th assessment report therefore included two moral philosophers. I'm one of them. Okay, so I hope this puts beyond question that philosophers can sit there with the climate scientists, with the economists, with the ecologists to discuss and chart the way forward on solving this existential crisis called climate change with regards to its mitigation and adaptation as well. Then he goes further to say the following. Okay. Moral philosophy contain extensive analysis of values. Moral philosophy at the level of fundamental ethical principles, and economics at the level of application to complex situations. I was extremely pleased to find support for ethical analysis from the IPCC. Okay, so this for me is a clear case of the role of philosophy in climate change discourse. However, before I go into my talk, I would like to point out another one. Regarding the reality of climate change, they are basically, we can talk about, I think, three groups. There is one group which accepts the reality of climate change. there is another group which denies the reality of climate change. And of course, there is one in the middle made up of agnostics who do not have evidence for accepting the reality or for rejecting the reality of climate change. Okay. Here we have another important role for philosophers, and this role is occupied by the philosophers of science. Philosophy of science espouses the criteria for what is constitutive of a science, and therefore they can tell which among these three groups genuinely represent scientific views and which ones may be representing pseudo-scientific or non-scientific views or even conspiracy theories. This is the role which falls on the lap of the philosopher. Okay, so having said that, I'll go into my talk. And this in itself, my talk in itself, also is some justification to show the importance of philosophy in climate change. Philosophers generally think on the fringes of mainstream schools of thought, of what is accepted as knowledge, as the norm. They challenge existing knowledge. Okay, so obviously they are not going to be very popular because they will be challenging everyone. Okay, one of our greatest philosophers, the founders of philosophy, Socrates, was actually sentenced to death because he provoked too many people by asking too many questions. Okay, so mind demonstrates this for two reasons. First, not many people, believe that or think that animals or non-human animals have rights, just like humans do. Okay? It takes a philosopher to question this orthodox, this received wisdom that it's only human beings, no matter their moral depravity, no matter their level of underdevelopment, even fetuses are accorded human rights by some. Infants are accorded moral rights. However, non-human animals are denied any ownership or possession of these very valuable moral properties. Okay. Then the philosopher comes along and asks, what is it that distinguishes Julius from his dog? Okay, so that he should possess a right not to be tortured, but his dog should not possess that right not to be tortured. Okay, he looks around and says maybe it's language. Okay, some people say it's our ability to use language that gives us the entitlement to rights. However, there are some people who are unable to speak, okay, because they are born with the certain conditions. So basically, they don't have language, and in any case, don't animals have language themselves, which they use intraspecies amongst themselves, and also which they use to communicate to us. Because it's virtually impossible to live with your dog if there was absolutely no communication. Okay? So communication is not what I've written here in the English alphabet, A to Z. There are other means. Okay? And between me and my dog, we can find a middle ground and communicate quite effectively. Okay. So it's definitely not language. What about intelligence? Again, intelligence is questioned and found wanting. There are some human beings who are quite stupid. And there are some animals that are super intelligent. Okay. Dolphins and our own cousins, primates. Bonobos, chimpanzees, gorillas, you can see their intelligence in action. Okay? Such that you really have to be very stupid to deny that a monkey is actually a very intelligent animal. Okay. We have elephants as well, which are renowned for their intelligence. They are great memory. Okay. So intelligence is not one of the dividing lines between human beings and animals. So what is it? Okay. So the philosopher Jeremy Bentham investigated this issue and found that there was actually none, because the only line which is relevant for moral consideration, in my view, for possession of rights, is the question of can they suffer? This is what we should ask about animals. Can they suffer? Okay. The entire labyrinth of moral theories is there because of this well-being. Okay. There is agreement amongst moral philosophers in their diversity that the promotion or preservation of value, of what is valuable, and the reduction or avoidance of disvalue, pain, displeasure, anxiety, and whatnot, is the core focus for moral philosophy. Okay, so and on this property, ability to suffer, Julius and his dog are equal, and therefore they have the same right. You kick me, you cause me pain and mental anguish. You kick my dog, you cause it the same experience, physiological and emotional, psychological harm. So if you kick me, I will say you should not kick me. You ought not to kick me because you cause me pain and mental anguish. And the same reason is transferable smoothly to the justification of why you ought not to kick my dog. Okay. So this puts me, our ability to experience pain and pleasure, to suffer, to enjoy, is what puts me at the same moral plane with my dog. Okay. So we know what animals are, but I'll talk about the three classes that the philosopher Will Kimlicka makes in his very influential book called Zoopolitics. Zoopolitics. It distinguishes between three categories of animals, and they are all different kinds of moral obligations. Okay. The first ones are the ones we are very familiar with, because every morning, every afternoon, every evening, every meal, we are with them as food. Okay. These are our domestic animals. That's the first category. Okay. And I won't go into this, but he proposes that the moral relationship we should have with them in our policy is that of citizenship. They should be accorded citizenship rights. Then there are also animals which are called liminal animals. These live amongst human beings, but they also live in the wild. So they are kind of cross-cutting between human habitats and also out there where humans have little impact, except maybe when they are hunting for these same animals. Okay. Then the last category is wild animals. Okay. Wild animals, for our easy understanding, these are animals which are like in the national parks. Okay. Much more freer of human interaction. Of course, there are poachers there, there are tourists there, and so on. Okay. So the argument I just presented to give them names, because I know they are ardent readers here, they are also students, is called the argument from marginal cases. Okay, that's what Dombrowski calls them, and Oscar Hota, a Spanish philosopher, calls it the species overlap argument. Another German philosopher, Rainer Ebert, as he also alluded to evolution. Like, evolution does not have a gap where you can say, from this stage going forwards, they have moral status. From this stage going backwards, they have no moral status. Okay. So now I'll go into what rights are, and I'll refer you to the work of Wesley Hofeld, whom some big philosophers have said on rights, Wesley Hofeld is the beginning of wisdom. So very quickly, I'll define rights as a set of moral advantages, which have correlative obligations. Okay, so this is called the correlativity axiom. For each right, there is a corresponding moral burden or obligation. So the rights, you categorize them into four. The first right, the first kind of right is a claim. For example, a claim, a girl has a right not to be raped, and that's a claim right. Okay. Then the second type of right is liberty. This is liberty. You can even take it in the ordinary sense. It means no one has you have no duty not to do it. You are free to act as you so wish when you have a liberty right. The fourth right is called a power. A power means if your ability to alter someone's moral status. For example, if someone has promised me lunch, I have the power over him. Namely, I can insist that he buys me lunch, or forgive him, or just say, oh, I don't need the lunch, it's all right. I can forgive a debt. That's a power right. Then immunity right means when I'm in this moral state, no one has any power over me. They cannot arrest me. The easiest example is the legal right of a president, what the so-called presidential immunity. But there are other cases. So this is the array of rights, and the most clear-cut rights for animals are claim rights. They claim, for example, not to be tortured. And these are negative rights, namely, rights you tell others not to do something to you. A right to life, okay? A right to health. I was walking with, Vanessa, who works here, and I found a dog limping on 3 legs. I asked what happened to it. She said she thought that it had been stoned. Okay, so it's limping. That dog is in pain, and its right against being stoned has been violated. Clearly, just as if I was stoned myself. Okay, so from here, at this point, I've demonstrated that animals, at least those animals that are sentient, that can suffer, do have rights just like us, and we harm them in so many ways. So I'll now bridge over to climate change and animals. The first thing about climate change, Vamtonga did a very good freestyle presentation, so some of the concepts luckily have been cleared out of the way. But one thing I should highlight is that the current climate change is known as anthropogenic. Anthropogenic means the genesis is us human beings. We are the ones who started it. Okay? In the 1800s with the Industrial Revolution. Okay? So we were pumping too much carbon into the atmosphere, and the carbon stays for a very long time in the atmosphere. So the particles of carbon, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is too high. He gave a very good demonstration of a blanket. So this is what's causing the global warming. I'll go to the impact on animals. The impact on animals is self-evident. Someone mentioned extinction. Okay. Animals becoming extinct. Now, if animals can suffer, how are they becoming extinct? It's through death. It's through disease, epidemics amongst wild animals. It's through droughts. So they starve to death, or they are thirsty to death. There is no water, and when there is no water, then there is no food for the animals as well. That's pain. And this climate, if it's anthropogenic, then the responsibilities falls on us human beings collectively. Okay. So as I wind up, I'll go to the principles, moral principles for sharing responsibilities for climate change, mitigation and adaptation. Although for animals, my focus is more on adaptation, because on the mitigatory part, whatever we do to mitigate climate change has spillover effects on animals as well. If we reduce carbon emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, then the advantages, whether intended or not, spill over to the animals. So my focus is more on climate adaptation, where we may give preferential treatment to human beings than to animals. And of course, you know, there is also other groups, more vulnerable and disadvantaged groups like women. But the ones who are left out are animals as well. Okay. So these principles are used to discuss the sharing of costs for climate mitigation and climate adaptation in the context of human-to-human relations. However, I find them relevant also when it comes to non-human animals as well. So the first principle, and this is the job of the philosopher, nobody else does this, it's the job of the philosopher to tease out moral principles which are going to dictate who carries how much burden, who pays who for climate mitigation, for climate adaptation. The first principle is contribution to the problem. According to this principle, the one who contributes to the problem should also be the one to clean it up. Okay, you create the mess, you must clean it up. Okay, and this principle lays much of the blame on the Western world, because much of the carbon dioxide which is causing today's climate change was produced in the last 200 years by the West, as they pumped in tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere to create their so-called development. Okay. So under the contribution to the problem, again, the responsibilities can be in any of these three forms. First, responsibility has to be compensation of victims. And here, animals are victims. So we must do something to compensate animals as victims of anthropogenic climate change. The second is to reduce or stop emissions. The Zima speaker told us how Zambia has to report how much emissions they have reduced and how much emissions they have contributed. So Zambia and, say, Canada do not have the same quotas, because as we haven't, historically, we haven't produced so much carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, we are given a bigger allowance to pollute, to cut trees, or to undertake fossil fuel burning activities that dumps carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So the responsibility is bigger on the developed countries. Like they have to produce less. Okay. Then the last one, and I'll read a quote. Countries should find measures to reduce the human cost of climate impacts they caused. Okay. So this is the mitigatory part. However, what's interesting here is that they are talking about reducing the human costs, not the animal costs. So if animals are incurring or are bearing a cost from anthropogenic climate change, they are excluded from these compensatory costs. Then the second principle is the ability to pay. Like the countries with the biggest ability to pay should bear a larger cost. I think this is self-explanatory. Then the last one is that the beneficiary pays. This means that the countries or the citizens who have benefited the most from climate change activities like industrialization, basically the West, should bear the cost or a larger cost than those of us who have not benefited. However, there are problems with each of these principles that I cannot go into. So I would just like to end with a few statements, especially their government stakeholders, that as we draft the documents, let's avoid for us in environmentalism or animal rights, we call this some kind of sin of anthropocentrism, where value begins and ends with human beings. It's about how our activities impact other human beings, human communities, and not non-human animals. So as we draft policies, as we draft or review legislation, let's make sure whenever there are diverse effects, whenever we are coming up with the adaptation measures, we include also animals. For example, if we predict a drought, okay, if we predict a drought, then we need to put in measures to dig boreholes, okay, so that the elephants there in the world have a source of water, okay. So these are just some of the interventions that we need to take into account. Another intervention from the health point of view is that we are causing, through climate change, epidemics. Okay, I talked about the three categories of animals: the domestic ones, the liminals, and the wild animals. Because of climate change, now animals have to leave their territories, okay, to move into human territories, to move into liminal territories. And all these parts of the ecosystem have different pathogens. So you find that wild animals now, through liminals or even domestic animals, they are now getting this. So we must, our veterinary services therefore must also take seriously into account the well-being of wildlife, so that when we are budgeting, when we are for health, we make sure that also there is adequate funding for animals who may be affected by diseases which are probably resulting from climate change. With those recommendations, I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapembwa. I think that was a very, it was really packed, and it had information that each and every one of us need. So with this information, please, can we react to the information? Let's not store the information, but we need to react to it. I would like to recognize the presence of 2 delegates who are coming from the Kenya High Commission. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for showing up. Yeah. Yeah, before we go to the next speech, first of all, can we all be upstanding? There's something I forgot. Can we all be upstanding, please? All of us. All of us, yes. Can we stretch? It's been quite a morning, hasn't it? All of us, let's just stretch a bit. Yeah. You can even jump on the spot if you want. You can even shake yourself. You can even dance a bit. Play the music. Okay, can we play the music? Just a bit of the music so that we can shake ourselves, because it's been quite a while. Yeah. Okay, shake the feet so that we can feel, you know. Stretch, stretch, stretch.
She must be the girl before Nagona. Fresh and clean with a beautiful smile.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. Wait for the end of the day. We've got more where that is coming from. Yeah. The people who are supposed to do the poem from DMI, are we ready? DMI, are you ready? Somebody came through and said you were ready, so where are you? DMI? Okay, DMI, can you get ready? You are ready? Okay. DMI has a presentation and a poem, and we are giving you 10 minutes to do whatever it is that you brought to us, because we need to cover up on time. Over to you, DMI. Please clap hands for DMI.
She's missing the work.
superiors, safekeepers of our principles, my brothers and sisters who we share a common desire of seeing a healthy environment and country in extension we show. I would like to greet my brothers and sisters in whom we share a desire to see a healthy country. In extension, we show appreciation to to our nature. So we are the Eco Club from DMI University. We would like to make a small contribution to our lovely celebration in form of a presentation and a poem entitled Philosophy and Climate.
Philosophy's campus, climate change, navigating change together.
In a world where thought is intertwined, climate change entails in our time.
Imagine a puzzle, pieces displaced, nature's rhythm in turmoil and rest. Philosophy ponders why and how, as warming skies spirals borrow.
Strong grow stronger, seas rise high. Philosophy questions as time flies by. Are our actions, the choices we make, causing this planet to scramble and quake?
Forests fade, ice caps melt away. Philosophy seeks wisdom in disarray. Can we still mend what has been torn before nature's fabric is too worn?
Hope seems softly like a guiding light. Philosophy says, let's make it right. With our heart aligned, we can give our earth a future defined.
In the dance of time, let's take a stand. Philosophy and climate join in hand. Coming in nature in our hands is one. Nature's preserved of time.
In a world where nature's storms should rise, climate change has shadows affecting our lives. Philosophy ponders seeks to understand how human actions shape this changing life. Future puzzle pieces misplaced. Nature's balance disturbs challenges we face. Philosophy wonders who caused this trait. Are our ways of living the cause of this change? Storms get fiercer, the temperatures rise. Philosophy asks, are our planets rise? Can we undo what has been done before we are tried?
In realms of thought, where minds convene, philosophy and climate intervene. A dance of ideas, a cosmic quest, to grasp the truth, to put to test. The fragile balance, nature's art, now threatened by the human heart. A siphoning of life, so fine and bland, faces disruption at humans' command. Philosophy's light, a beacon light, illuminating a path through darkest night, seeking answers, questioning the norm, to understand the storm, to find the calm.
Climate change, a challenge for us. To heal the planet, to restore its grace, philosophy we must embrace. Ethical dilemmas, complex and deep. As human actions, nature slumbers deep. Consumption's brief, a relentless tide. Sustainability's free, we must not hide. Justice and fairness, concepts true, as burdens shift, while skies turn blue. The plight of nations, the voices unheard. Philosophy's compass, a course to be steered.
Philosophy and climate change for a better world.
Away from the poem now, I'll give you a presentation on
what DMI Eco Club is. So we are a student-led club dedicated on promoting sustainability and environmental awareness on campus and in the local communities. And then our main mission is to foster a culture of sustainability through initiatives focused on conservation, advocacy, and education. Our goals include promoting environmental conscious behaviors and inspiring positive change, also including reusing, reducing, and recycling. So as a club, which is very young, we are just made, it was formed in February this year. We have had a number of activities. The first one is we have recycling initiatives within the school, of which we have tried to recycle and use plastic bottles by making bins into them. Just because of time, we couldn't manage to carry something to show, but we have plastic bins we have beans made out of plastic bottles, which we are using at the school right now. We have recycled wires and bottles to make beans. And then we have also done the recycling of t-shirts. T-shirts you no longer need. We are making them into bags, carrier bags, which you can use for your shopping, so that you reduce the use of plastics while you're using the fabric, which you might just have thrown away, which will cause pollution at the end of the day. And then we also have in-campus cleanups, where every Thursday, which is an exercise we call Green Thursday, we saw the team from Zambia, of course. Green Thursday, we clean up the institution, trying to educate and advocate for other people to see that when you are in an environment, ensure that it's clean. Charity begins at home, they say. So ensure that your surrounding is as clean, so that even when you go out there, you practice the same. And then we have also public awareness programs, where we go into the community and try to educate the people. Because most of the times we have these institutions, organizations fighting for climate change, but the people out there don't know what these people are fighting for. So we are trying our best to educate the people so that they know what climate change is, how best they can address it, what they can do to ensure that this climate change does not harm us anything that it does already. So then we also have a number of community engagements. We have, for instance, we have collaborated with an organization called Youth Environmental Defenders, which is under just Center for Environmental Justice. We have partnered with that organization so that we might also learn one or two things as we are going out to teach. And then we also have school initiatives where we go out into primary and secondary schools, trying to teach the pupils what environmental matters out there, so that when they are coming from school, they can tell something to their parents. Even themselves might be practicing environmental friendly behaviors. Okay. Then, due to time, I'll cut my presentation short. So, I would just like to call for action. Everyone here, as we go out there, ensure that you do something to benefit the environment in a good way. Ensure that you desist from using plastic all the time. You can buy one plastic and use it for a week. The moment you do that, you are ensuring that those people who manufacture plastics are manufacturing less because the demand is low. So when you go out there, ensure that t-shirt which you want to throw away, if it's possible, give it to someone in need, or make something you might use out of it, and like throwing it away, going into the soil, making the soil unfertile. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very educative. So let's support them and see the beans that they've made. Maybe we can also use them in the university here. Those t-shirts, don't throw them away because they can be made use of. I would like to recognize the presence of Colonel K.C. Dube, who is a representative from the Embassy of Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for coming through. And of course, we have Madam Isabella and Mr. Kanyanjui. I hope I've not mispronounced your names, from the High Commission of Kenya. Thank you so much. Having said that, we have now Mr. Peter Murigwa, who is going to speak to us. Okay, he's going to speak to us about metaphysical reflection on climate change and environmental crisis. Wow. Okay, Mr. Murigwa, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To all the respected dignitaries, the guests of Madam Isabella and Mr. Kinyanjui, representatives from Kenya High Commissioner, Colonel K.C. Dube, Embassy of Zambia, the guest of honor, Mrs. Moira Nguni from UNESCO, Miss Muyanje Chiwana, representing Zambia Environmental Management Agency, that is ZEMA, members of press and media houses, the rector of St. Bonaventure University, Father Alfredo Tuna, the vice rector and dean of studies, Father Lawrence Mondoka, our BESA, Father Angelo Pareri, my fellow lecturers, both from St. Bonaventure and from the visiting universities, and my fellow workmates here at St. Bonaventure, all scholars, and other essential attendants. Let me just say, all protocols reserved. I'm here to present for you a speech entitled Metaphysical Reflections on Climate Change and Environmental Crisis. This speech is delivered at the World Philosophy Day on 24th November 2023 at St. Bonaventure University. The call for a collective human action to curb the effects of climate change and environmental degradation has become more and more rampant in our times than ever before. The universe is currently ravaged by calamities like wildfires, droughts, storms, heat waves, rising sea levels, melting glaciers, and many more, at levels that humanity has never witnessed before. The human activities like power plants, agriculture, vehicles and transport, cutting down of trees, fishing, and many more have been cited as the main causes of such calamities. To condense the effects of such phenomena, a good number of safer alternatives to such human activities have been suggested. But nobody knows what other effects such safer alternatives will cause. This speech explores into some metaphysical insights on being, climate change, and environmental crisis. Let me just say, the previous speaker here talked about overpopulation, and this was with regard to his computer. It was overpopulated and could not work. So that overpopulation has some kind of effects, not only to human beings, but even to our gadgets. In Heidegger's view, nature was created or exists for the purpose of the human design. This means that the interplay between humanity and the universe was preordained at the outset of creation. Human existence depends on and is predetermined to depend on the world. Consequently, a being without the world is inconceivable. It is from this perspective that human beings have timelessly sought the fulfillment of their existential needs within the world. These existential needs include, but not limited to, energy, food, and transport. Without these existential needs, human life could be impossible. However, when human beings engage themselves in such life-enhancing activities, the resultant is climate change and environmental degradation. Heidegger notes that the basic constitution of the Dasein is being in the world, meaning that in its existence, the Dasein is occupied with, about being able to be in the world. This is tantamount to an appreciation of the rapport between the universe and humanity. Needless to say, such a rapport has brought and will always bring unforeseeable consequences now and in the future, and it is not within the prerogative of humanity to determine what will and will not happen. Again, Heidegger says that the world is not the sum of all extant beings, not the universe of natural things. The world is not at all anything extant or handy. The concept of world is not a determination of the intra-worldly being as a being which is extant in itself. World is a determination of the Dasein's being. That is, the human being determines what the world becomes. Hence, the extent that the human existential situation is dynamic, or to the extent that the human existential situation is dynamic, the world too is dynamic. It continuously fluctuates with the development of human initiatives. On the other hand, it goes without saying that human beings are compelled by their conatus to work in order to preserve their being. Hence, a complete understanding of the world, cannot and should not be detached or separated from the human activity. With the ever-growing world population, the continuous rise in demand for technology, some outcomes are unavoidable, or as Hegel says, a given outcome is only necessary, that is inevitable, given certain conditions. And here, the human condition is sufficient to account for climate change and environmental degradation, for it is in his engagement with the world that his existence emanates. However, this is not synonymous to the advocation for idleness in as far as climate change and environmental degradation are concerned. Human beings exist to think and to take charge of their existential situations. Climate change and environmental degradation are some such existential situations that human beings ought to grapple with. This is what distinguishes human beings and rational beings from the brutes. A human being is by nature a rational being. And insofar as his rationality enables him to preserve his identity, it also brings destruction to his being through the veil of self-preservation activities. In Spinoza's view, the ultimate explanation of the world lies within the world. The world is fully explicable as a self-contained system, and in this sense, to the extent that human activity in the world is inevitable, climate change and environmental degradation are inevitable too. And their explanation subsists within their own nature, no thing can be the cause of its own destruction. No thing can be the cause of its own destruction, argues Spinoza. The destruction of a thing is always through an external cause. This means that it is never a human intention to cause its own destruction through climate change and environmental degradation. Such phenomena are just byproducts of life-oriented human activities, and they become of concern for the human species insofar as they threaten its survival. But Spinoza further remarks that we are free insofar as the explanation of what we do derives from our cognitive disposition to behave in certain ways as our essential natures meet each situation. The world was given to man from the outset of his existence to satisfy all his existential needs. This means that the consequences of human actions in the world, like climate change and environmental degradation, follows with absolute necessity from such a rapport, since the knowledge of an effect depends on and involves the knowledge of the cause. Suffice to say that our knowledge of climate change and environmental degradation is prefixed on our knowledge of human existential situations. Spinoza again calls us to see the strict logical necessity of all that happens. All follows from God's immutable nature by logical necessity. We understand the necessity of what happens through reason. And there may seem to be nothing we can do about climate change and environmental degradation, but this metaphysical reflection invites you to have a certain attitude towards the world, an attitude that is guided by philosophy, an attitude that is guided by philosophy in its metaphysical sense. Suffice to say that our minds will be alleviated from their troubles about the events of the world when we view the world from a subspecies eternitatis, that is, the view of the world that is outside of time. Viewed from this perspective, everything is good, insofar as it has sufficient reason for being what it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murigwa. Now we have a song coming from St. Bonaventure University Brothers, the students from St. Bonaventure. Are you ready? St. Bonaventure University, are you here? Or you've changed your mind? Okay, as we are doing that, I think we move on with the program. They can come after what is going to happen now. So get organized. But for now, we have the Minister of Green Economy and Environment Representation. He is not here, but he sent his speech. So it will be read by Mr. Mlenga Chileshe, who is a lecturer at St. Bonaventure University. Mr. Mlenga.
Yeah, hoping that one day I'll become the minister. On this UNESCO World Philosophy Day, allow me to recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor of the University, Father Alfio Tunya, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Father Angelo Palel, the dignitaries from various embassies gathered here, UNESCO officials present here, the Dean and the lecturers from various learning institutions, management from St. Bonaventure University, students, and other invited guests. It is indeed my singular honor to grace this UNESCO World Philosophy Day, which is being commemorated under the theme Philosophy and Climate Change. Indeed, climate change has been a global challenge which has always called for action at individual and collective levels. But as I stand here, I want to reflect not on individual responses, but on collective responses towards climate change. That being said, I'm therefore left with one but very important question. How do we collectively respond to climate change as a nation? My dear congregants, allow me to state that the Republic of Zambia, in an effort to respond to climate change, and a number of institutions that have been established. We have the Zambia Environmental Management Agency, ZEMA, the Environmental Council of Zambia, ECZ, and other stakeholders such as Energy Regulation Board, just to mention a few. Recently, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, during his opening address to the first session of the 30th National Assembly in 2021, created the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, whose vision is to foster a smart green economy and sustainable environment. This is a sign that we are indeed committed to combat climate change. My dear congregants, allow me to make mention that the challenge of managing climate change is twofold. Firstly, it involves the management of that risk which climate change poses to the livelihoods of humankind over the coming century and beyond. Then secondly, it involves at the same time overcoming the deep poverty in all its dimensions in the next 2 or 3 decades. In short, if we fail to manage climate change, we are potentially creating a hostile environment where lives and the livelihoods will be destroyed. But at the same time, we are reminded that we need to exercise our moral compass so that this management of climate change should not create barriers to overcoming poverty, especially in Africa. This conundrum is the one that is being faced by the developing countries, and Zambia is not an exception. Therefore, my dear congregants, suffice to mention that climate change is then a matter of urgency, and it's a burden which is too heavy to be carried by many, to be carried by just a government alone. It's an endeavor that equally requires the engagement of private sectors, who should come up with innovations which are aimed at responding to the negative effects of climate change that has affected our community. The damage from climate change has intensified as the world grows hotter. The Earth's global average temperature has increased by more than 0.8 centigrade degrees. This is according to the latest assessment by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We are already witnessing strong effects. For example, water is becoming scarcer in some regions, so much that many people now face the threat of not having enough water on a daily basis. Reported droughts are steering destructive suns and dust storms, deserts expanding, reducing land for growing food, and equally shifts in the patterns of extreme weather is the order of the day. This is simply to say climate change is enormously becoming destructive, so much that if no mitigating measures and strategies were put in place, then chances are very high that both the cosmos and our lifestyle will be redefined, and redefined negatively. Zambia and the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment and other stakeholders are very much aware of these threats, and the following are some of the measures, rather strategies, that should be implemented to address such a challenge. Number one, carbon emission reduction and carbon markets. One of the factors leading to climate change is the emission of carbon in the space. This has been highlighted by the various speakers. As a country, we have joined the rest of the countries in the race to reduce annual emission of green gases. As such, we have considered possibilities of venturing into carbon markets, which are trading systems where carbon credits are sold and bought. So as a country, we must endeavor using carbon markets to compensate the greenhouse gas emission by purchasing carbon credits from entities that remove or reduce green gas emission from the space. And to this end, on the 17th of October 2023, the government launched the guidelines for the submission and evaluation of mitigation activities under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. These guidelines will help in the management of carbon markets in Zambia and will form the first pillar for the carbon market framework, which will govern Zambia's participation in international carbon markets. Therefore, as a country, we are doing everything possible to participate in the reduction of carbon market to some considerable levels. We are responsibly moving quickly to low carbon economy, and we are thriving to ensure that economic growth, development, and climate responsibility become mutually supportive. As such, as a country, our slogan should be better economic growth, better climate. We want to transform Zambia into a green country where technologies, city structures, energy systems, and management of land and forest can now contribute not only to a powerful reduction in climate risks, but also to much better standard of life in general. Number two, climate fund policy. To effectively manage climate change, we should remain cognizant of the fact that we need clear strategy and sound policies that should help us as a country to foster finance that can support the investment in climate action. It is for this reason that during African Heads of States and Government on Climate Change, Zambia, together with other African countries, made a declaration in which we proposed, among others, new global taxes and reforms to international financial institutions to help fund climate change action. In this way, we may have readily available funds to fight climate change and its effect effectively. Number two, advocacy for climate justice. For us to fight climate change, we need, as African continent, to start advocating for climate justice, which imperatively requires the practice of common but differentiated responsibilities. The idea is that countries, industries, businesses, and people that have become wealthy from emitting large amounts of green gas have a responsibility to help those affected by climate change, particularly the most vulnerable countries and communities, who often are the ones who have contributed the least to crisis. I think this was mentioned by Dr. Julius in his propos. Even though this approach reflects an equal historical responsibility that countries and communities may bear in relation to the climate crisis, it is one way of promoting the principle of common action regarding climate change. For us to achieve this, we shall support and engage environmental activists, advocates, who are taking to the streets around the world to demand climate justice. Young climate leaders are a powerful force in driving the attention to issues of intergenerational climate justice. As I conclude, my reflection on climate change remain rest assured that Zambia is in a hurry to foster a stable humanity for a foreseeable future. Ours is intergenerational equity towards the use of environment. This is the only way we can attain equitable access to sustainable development. And from the moral philosophy viewpoint, this entitlement and justice towards environment is supported by Immanuel Kant's ethics and Aristotle's virtue ethics. We need to realize that degrading the environment through climate change denies many, including those yet to be born, the right to development. This position has been highlighted by His Holiness, the Pope, in his encyclical letter entitled Laudato Si. And this shows how the Church has shown extraordinary leadership in taking discussion of climate change to the world. Indeed, we need to arise the challenge of our century, which involves overcoming poverty and managing climate change. If we fail on one, that is managing climate change, we fail on another, that is preventing poverty. So we must not fail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mlenga, for that speech from the minister. Who was unable to be here. And please pass our regards and tell him that we received the message. Yeah, as we are about to conclude our program, we have a debate that will happen in the next few minutes. So we have an interlude of 3 minutes. Do I have St. Bonaventure University to come and sing? For 3 minutes to sing. So as we prepare the stage for the debate between Glory Academy and St. Bonaventure. The motion is climate change and environmental protection are not relevant in Africa. Quite interesting. Thank you so much.
Yes. My song, as my lecturer here concluded, Louder, it's sponsored about our nature, Louder to see. Which one is what? But I will use in version in Portuguese language. And that chorus, it goes like that. Te la barré, oh Señor mío, te la barré, oh Señor mío, te la barré, oh Señor mío, te la barré, oh Señor mío.
Terabare, oh Señor mío, terabare, oh Señor mío, terabare, oh Señor mío, terabare, oh Señor mío.
Which give the knowledge to prosper. Thank you for our instruction, which give the knowledge to support. Thank you for our education, which give the knowledge to prosper. Our instruction, which give the knowledge to support.
Terabare, oh Señor mío, terabare, oh Señor mío, terabare, oh Señor mío, terabare, oh Señor mío. Philosophy, wisdom, philosophy, wisdom, terabare.
Kumakaya
She's a national. She's calling.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I am the moderator for today's debate. My name is Joanna Mwakikwamba. Okay, so let's get started, yeah? Okay, so our motion for today states, and I quote, climate change and environmental protection are not relevant in Africa, end of quote. So before I call the debaters to the podium, I'm just going to quickly read through the rules for today's debate. Okay, so our rules for today's debate are as follows. The debate has two sides. We have the government and the opposition. Okay, so in today's case, the government of the day is St. Bonaventure University, and the opposition is Glory Academy College of Nursing. So the chairperson, rather the moderator, will be referred to as the Honorable Speaker. And then each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes to present their speech. No points of information are to be raised within the first 3 minutes of a speaker's argument. Rather, points of order may only be taken after 3 minutes of a speaker's speech. 2 points of information for each speaker, and then points of information are to be delivered within 15 seconds. The timekeeper shall indicate the time elapsed 15 seconds before the final minutes. The summarizer shall be given 6 minutes and the summarizer shall not be interjected. So when a point of order or point of interjection is called, the moderator shall either allow or not allow the point of order or interjection. Clear? Thank you. So I'll call upon to the stage the proposing team, which is the government of the day, St. Bonaventure University. A round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, without any music promotion.
Okay, I'll now call upon the opposing team, which is Glory Academy College of Nursing. A round of applause, please.
Doctors are paid professionally. Has speaks only one
Okay, so I forgot to make mention that in case this is to the debaters, in case there is any piece of evidence that you need to pass to the judges, you just signal us here and we'll be able to assist. So on the proposing team, we have the first speaker, who is no other than Innocent Soko. Okay? So we will welcome to the podium our first speaker for today's debate under the motion, climate change and environmental protection are not relevant in Africa. May we please give a round of applause to Innocent Soko.
It's never been easy.
Some learn to be leaders, some imitate to be leaders, and some are born to be leaders. And as a born leader, allow me to pump knowledge in you, so be still. Before I round down the floor to boost the morale of my debate brothers, for I and them to debate like born intellectuals, allow me to pass my regards to the most important people in this parliament. Madam Speaker, I salute. To the panel of adjudicators, I bow. In short, allow me to ponder upon the already existing protocol. Madam Speaker, we as the government side strongly stand to propose to the motion under discussion, which stipulates, as I quote, climate change and environmental degradation is of no relevance to the African setup, end of quote. Before I go any further, allow me to quote through the key words in this motion. Climate, begin of quote, the general weather conditions usually found in a particular place, end of quote. Change, begin of quote, to make or become different, end of quote. Environmental degradation. Environmental degradation is a process through which the natural environment is compromised in some way, reducing biological diversity and the general health of the environment, end of quote. Members of the House, Madam Speaker, we strongly stand to propose to this motion for the following and other reasons. Members of the House, according to the Big Bang Theory, it states that the world was expanding, is expanding, and the Big Bang Theory also states that the world will continue to expand. If we stand to say that the world is expanding, it was expanding and it will continue to expand, it goes to say that change will take place. And that is why we should have this climate change. If this change is taking place, how should we say it's relevant? It's a normal thing. Why should it be relevant? Members of the House, allow me to quote through the Big Bang Theory article, begin of quote, the Big Bang Theory postulates that the universe originated from a singularity, skip of quote, and has been expanding ever since. Madam Speaker, if we accept that the earth naturally changes, saying climate change is crucial for the African becomes less straightforward. Africa as a continent has historically moved through diverse adaptations to environmental changes. Therefore, why should it become relevant today? We might ask that question. We are speaking of this issue of climate change. Who says if it changes then it's bad? Why does it become relevant? Because the weather patterns and weather conditions are changing. I bet to ask. We would keep on wondering and wondering, and we would say this thing is of no relevance to the African setup. We as a government side know that and believe that it is of no relevance because we as Africans, we believe we are Africans, and we as Africans have more pressing issues like poverty, diseases, and political instability. These points will be further explained by my fellow parliamentarians. Members of the House, Madam Speaker, why should we sideline these pressing challenges and putting forward the issue of climate change? Why? Actually, the issue of climate change will get a lot of our resources and energy, and we will divert from thinking of poverty. We will die if we do not look at the more pressing issues and if we only concentrate on this issue of climate change. In conclusion, we as the government side believe that the assertion that climate change and environmental degradation are of no relevance to the African setup. It comes from the understanding of how the earth naturally, underline that word, the earth naturally changes. And the agent needs to address more immediate challenges that the continent is facing. Members of the House, when you see a rat running towards fire, you should know that what it's running away from is hotter than fire. If we as Africans run away from the most pressing issue of poverty, health, and political instabilities, then we are running from what is hotter than fire. Allow me a few seconds to summarize my point. Members of the House, this is evidence, 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 and evidence. Actually, I was even tired of researching. I don't think there is no more need of research. I rest my case.
I don't know what you're doing here. Okay. So I forgot to make mention that we have 4 panelists for each debate team. 4 panelists for each debate team. Okay? So we now go to the opposition, the opposing side. We have our first speaker, no other than Chantel Shamiso Shava. A round of applause,
please. Zero poverty, no hunger, good health, and well-being. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chantal Shamiso Shava, and I am the first speaker of the opposing team. And my speakers, we have Jikomborero Kasanu, Lisa Chulu and Tairo Chitombo. And we stand firmly against the topic that says climate change and environmental degradation are of no relevance in the African setup. Ladies and gentlemen, I will start by redefining the terms according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Climate change, this is the significant variation of average weather conditions becoming warmer, wetter, and drier over a long period of time. Environmental degradation, this is the deterioration of environment through depletion of resources, pollution, and habitat destruction. Relevance, this is the state of being closely applicable. And the African setup, this is the diverse cultural, environmental context across the African continent. And our topic, as the opposition, we are saying that the people gathered here strongly believe that the significant variation of average weather conditions becoming warmer, wetter, drier over a long period of time, and deterioration of environment through depletion of resources, pollution, and habitat destruction are closely applicable to the diverse cultural, environmental context across the African continent. So as we all know, climate change has 4 components, and we have the lithosphere, we've got the atmosphere, we have the biosphere, and we do, ladies and gentlemen, have the hydrosphere. The lithosphere, is there anyone who can tell me what the lithosphere is about? Lithosphere, we're talking about the soil, where we grow our plants, where we're able to feed from. Biosphere, we're talking about the animals that we have, biodiversity, ladies and gentlemen. And the hydrosphere, we're talking about the liquid upon the surface of the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to tell you about what we call the Sustainable Development Goals. Exhibit number 1. Sustainable Development Goals, international collaboration between us and the United Nations, sought to seek to actually advise us developing countries on ways that we can make our continent better. I will tell you about Sustainable Development Goal number 1, which is no poverty, ladies and gentlemen. And you tell me that climate change does not have an impact? What do you mean? Because we need the soil to grow our crops. We need that for us to feed and to be fit and to be who we are today. Climate change is of relevance in Africa because it plays an important role and it prevents us from attaining the SDGs by 2030. So the Sustainable Development Goals were put in place in 2015 for us developing countries to attain them by 2030. I'm going to bring you closer to home. We have, on the 27th of January, 2023, exhibit number 2. There was a flood that occurred in Zambia. Here, and we're talking about the hydrosphere, which is a component of climate change. Closer to home, ladies and gentlemen, over 27,000 homes were destroyed by this flood. And you tell me that climate change is of no relevance in Africa? Honestly, I don't think so. I don't know what about you think, but I don't think so. Homes were destroyed, lives were lost, and people were out of jobs. Clinics were destroyed, ladies and gentlemen. So climate change is of relevance in Africa. In Exhibit 2, it is also shown that the flood caused damage and people lost their jobs. Residents were advised to relocate and build resilient homes. Ladies and gentlemen, goal number 9 is actually telling us that we should develop and be able to build resilient homes. But how am I going to build a resilient home when I don't even have the funds for it, ladies and gentlemen? So climate change plays an important impact in everything that we do. I am going to take you another time closer to home again as we're going to show us exhibit number 3, where we have the flood that occurred, Cyclone Idai. I don't know if you were there, but I was there, and I saw the damage that happened. Port Beira was destroyed, and this is the gateway for trade. It is source of economy for the country of Mozambique. And you're telling me climate change does not have any relevance? It is very relevant, ladies and gentlemen, because people did not have jobs because of the loss of the infrastructure. Gateways were closed, ladies and gentlemen. We get some things from Mozambique, Zambia, Zimbabwe. We're able to get things. So ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude and say that climate change is of relevance in Africa because it plays a pivotal role in us attaining our sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Okay. It's getting heated up, yeah? Okay, so just a guidance. This is a house of intellectuals, and we are expected to behave like intellectuals. So in case you are agreeing to what is being said, instead of just clapping, screaming, and shouting, you can simply do this. Clear? I am the moderator. I make the rules. So we do that, yeah? Thank you. Okay, so taking it back to the proposing team, we are going to have our second speaker, who is no other than Given Namahuna. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me to flow into what the President earlier observed as protocol, and I say all protocol observed. I want to remind the opposition that as government, we are not refusing or refuting that climate change has an impact on the continent of Africa, but we are simply saying that it is not an issue that we can prioritize before this August House, and therefore we are saying it's a low bar to say it for Africa. We are simply saying that Africa has a lot of concerning issues that we need to address in this parliament. For instance, the levels of poverty. Africa is a divided family by the colonizers. Through the Berlin Conference that happened in February in 1885, Africa was divided into sectors that were referred to as countries. There are strict borders that were put to limit the movements of the indigenous people from reaching out to others. Aristotle affirms that man is a social being by nature, and this implies that man has to interact with other beings of his nature for his survival. Otherwise, he will not be different from a beast that can survive on its own. In order to fulfill this nature of man, Africa should be united, and people should be free to move and reach out to others without limitation, and this is the focus of our government. After the colonizers, we stood up and did not want to be under kings and queens who were leaders or who governed us and referred to us as subjects. We advocated for democracy, and we achieved it in the political sector. But we failed to do that in the economic sector. And this is our focus as government. We cannot focus and talk about the go green and talk about the air with what people breathe when we have such kind of pending issues. We need to be free first. Therefore, we need freedom in economics. Because if we have freedom in economics, we will not agree to pay a single person 1,000 of kwachas, millions of dollars, when we know for sure that the people of Africa, they are people who are suffering. We will not agree to this because we want you, members of this parliament, to have a concern in the economics, and we want things to be shared without limitations. Not going on the slogan that we need to go green. To be very specific, if climate change is a problem, we look at the climate change of Zambia. If Zambia cannot manage to grow vanilla, people of Madagascar can supply without fail. The people of Congo can get maize from Zambia without limitations, and therefore we are saying what is limiting us now, it is these strict borders that were put for us. Strictly speaking, border upholding, especially in Africa, it's like being in my mother's house. When I want to enter into the sitting room, you ask for my passport. When I want to enter into the dining, passport. I want to go outside, passport. In the same house.
Point of information. Allowed. You talked about poverty
and we talked about the relevance of climate change. Can you briefly clarify on that?
Point of defense.
Allowed.
Members of the House, Madam Speaker, from the evidence that we gave, we had talked about poverty, and the highest cause of poverty is not climate change. So why should we be concerned about climate change when what is causing poverty is not actually the issue to do with climate change? Here is the evidence, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me pick up my motion because me and the President, we cannot bear being here discussing about climate change when there are serious things out there waiting for us to tackle. As I said, Madam Speaker, strict border upholding is what is limiting us. If we want to improve levels of poverty, if we want today to help out, the opposition was crying about floods. Why can't we relocate these people that are on flooded areas? Since we are one in Africa, let them go to places where life is supportive. We are one. With this in mind, Madam Speaker, out of anger that the opposition is in support of such kind of a thing, I would like to urge and to encourage the opposition that, as the deputy head and me, together with my fellow parliamentary, we are looking into serious issues that is Africa is facing, instead of this so-called go green, go green, go green. We will be a bush.
Time up.
Okay. So next up, we are going to welcome on stage the second speaker from the opposition. Please pardon me if I butcher your name. Zikomborero Pusaro.
Apocalypse. This means nearly coming to the end of the world. And ladies and gentlemen, if we keep listening to the government, we are surely going to go down with the rest of the other continents. Africa contributes the very most minimum to global warming, but we suffered the most in the upcoming and the previous years. Listen or perish. Let's take a look at the lithosphere. We're talking about soil erosion. This is where we cultivate our crops. And our government is surely to be doomed if they think that poverty has another cause, because poverty is mainly caused by not having enough food and not having enough crops. So if we cannot afford to feed our government, then what are we doing as a nation? I'm going to look at the atmospheric point of view. Our ozone layer keeps on depreciating. Let's look at the heat waves that we've been having from the previous years, and they're still going to keep hitting us harder if we keep listening to the government side. Please, let us learn, or else we are all going to perish along with them. Hydrosphere. Clean water supply has been deteriorating. Let's look at this rising sea levels all over. We take a look at the Mozambique Port Beira. It was a tragic disaster. And this will keep happening if we don't take a look and put of importance to this matter. I'm going to talk about the biosphere. A lot of animals and plants have become extinct. This is so saddening. Imagine your children soon will not know what an elephant looks like due to the heat waves that keep occurring. If we keep looking bypass this global warming and climate change, we're going to perish all along with these animals. A lot of plants have become extinct. I'll give an example of the Bonaventure in the Namib Desert. Like my speaker said, deserts keep widening. They become bigger and bigger, leaving no plant or no place for us to cultivate crops. So what is better? We're all hungry here. Nothing is more important than food. So let us please bring of importance food. If there is no food, how are we going to survive? What bigger importance is there if we cannot afford to just feed ourselves? Cultural impacts, global warming and climate change, it doesn't just affect us in our agricultural sector, it also affects us culturally. Let's look at the way people have had to adjust due to the heat waves. People have learned to irrigate crops. Is this change good? Yes, it makes work better and faster, but let's look at the negative impacts. Most people can't afford, denied. It makes it much better for people to...
Point of interjection allowed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable said you are contributing less. Therefore, it's not relevant. Why are we speaking about it? It's not ours. Let's leave to those that are contributing more to the issue. Thank you.
What use of it is it to ignore what your neighbor's harm is doing to you? If your neighbor throws rubbish through your yard, does it not become your concern?
Point of defense. Allowed.
Yes, we are not doing much, but climate change is impacting us because the effects are upon us. If you know about the cyclone Idai, it came from Mateo, France, but what happened? Mozambique was destroyed. So yes, we're not doing much, but it is of relevance because our infrastructure is being destroyed in Africa. Port Bay, right there, for example, a lot of people don't have jobs up to now because of that.
So I will continue. What point and why are we bringing up this issue so much? Let's look at the sustainable development goals that we have had powered by UNICEF. We will take a look at the first one, which states zero poverty, the second one, zero hunger, and the third one is health. A lot of health imperfections have occurred due to global warming and climate change, and this cannot go ignored. Let's look at zero hunger. A lot of people sleep hungry every night, every day. They have nothing to put in their mouth due to this poverty that has occurred in Africa. And this is being caused because industries keep on becoming destroyed. Like if a flood happens, then that means that infrastructures are going to get destroyed and people are going to lose employment. We cannot ignore this point. We can also not ignore the point of people not having enough resources to just sustain themselves. If Africa was suffering the barest minimum, we would be able to not keep on building buildings. We will be able to move forward because we are suffering the most. We are the people we're the breadbasket, as of which if we cannot afford to cultivate our own crops, there'll be no raw materials and we cannot move as a continent. I thank you for your precious time.
Okay. A round of applause to the speakers, please. Okay, moving forward, we are going to call upon the third speaker from the proposition, who is no other than Emmanuel Otabong.
Allow me simply say all protocol observed because it has already been observed by my fellow parliamentarians as government. I would right away go and quote the motion that climate change and environmental degradation is of no relevance to Africa today. And I come to conjoin with my fellow government officials to assert that really it is a reality in Africa, but it is not relevant. As the opposition has clearly stated, and I will pass the evidence which they did not provide, as the African Summit in 2010, Madam Speaker, it is clearly stated that Africa contributes only 4% of the carbon emissions that affects our environment. How then can we continue chanting the net zero slogan? And I will say we are not supposed to hold this, but let those who are responsible for the 70s, the 80s, 75 and 76% to take up the responsibility and act accordingly. Net zero for Africa is a nightmare. We have more and more immediate and pressing issues to address: the poverty levels, infrastructural development. The opposition was talking about infrastructural development. How can Africa develop without depleting their resources? I would take you to Joshua Mapunga, a well-renowned theologian, African thinker and philosopher, who gave us an analogy, and he asserts that Africa is like Jesus hanging on the cross. May my president show us the crucifix. The crown of Africa is... Africa's head is crowned with thorns. Our way of thinking is being controlled by the Western world. Our hands nailed to the crucifix. Our way of work, our manner of work is being held to the crucifix. How can the opposition tell us Africa must develop, yet our manner of working is held, nailed by the nails onto the crucifix, telling us we must go green when we are not depleting the resources that will enable us to develop? Our food reserves are poked like the side of Jesus. What can Africa do? Our legs are nailed to the cross. The passports, the visas. This is a nightmare in Africa, and this must be addressed. Instead of burying our heads in climate change that we are not much responsible for. Allow me to assert that education levels in Africa have just been granted an average rating of 30%, and I submit, Madam Speaker. Page 7. This is what should worry us as Africa. On our debate that was broadcasted.
Madam, sir, please tell us, how do you plan on becoming an independent continent when you can't produce your own goods?
And this is what we are talking about. How can Africa develop without taking concern about the poverty levels? Allow me submit, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Al Jazeera broadcasted on the 4th of September this same year, and we see that climate change is really a reality, but not so much relevant for the African continent. Africa must focus on elevating poverty, raising the health standards, raising infrastructural development, and not bury our heads in the thinking of the Western world that is telling us we must rise and go green with them when we are being influenced not to deplete our resources. Africa is the cradle and the motherland of the world. Allow me conclude by saying, should we plant trees and return Africa to the jungle? What will development then be for Africa? I conclude by saying, the crying of a child does not stop the mother from cooking. I submit.
You know, when I saw gents on the proposition and a team of ladies on the opposition, I knew this was going to be a heated up debate. How many are enjoying this debate so far? Okay, so we throw it back to the opposition. We are going to have the third speaker, who is no other than Lisa Chulu. A round of applause, please.
Before I require, or rather to inquire, allow me to pass my regards to the cardinal people in the auditorium. To the chairperson, sir, I salute you. The judges, I salute you. To all, I say, all protocol observed. I stand in front of you all opposing to the motion that states, as I quote, climate change and environmental degradation is of no relevance to the African setup, of which I say no, in the sense that it has led to biodiversity loss. How? Let's take, for instance, here is a setup whereby we have a normal biodiversity. We know to say biodiversity is a variety of people that depend on each other, not only people but different organisms such as plants and animals. But here is the case whereby we have a normal biodiversity, but due to human activities such as cutting down of curbs, such as cutting down of trees, will make things like birds and bees to lose their homes. We know to say that bees and birds build their homes in things like trees. So when we cut down those trees, where are birds going to live? And we know to say that bees are the ones responsible for pollination of flowers, for pollination of plants. But how is pollination going to take place when we cut down the trees, and then bees definitely will going to look for another habitat? So how is pollination going to occur? Definitely flowers will dry out. Definitely the cycle of flowers will be disrupted because pollination is not there. Members of the auditorium, not only that, we know to say when we cut down trees, we'll have less oxygen. Don't you want to breathe fresh air? We all need oxygen, right? So when we cut down trees, we know to say that we will have low oxygen. And we know to say we breathe out carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide even comes from the burning fossil fuels that are done by the people. And we know to say those fossil fuels, they produce carbon dioxide. So if we breathe out carbon dioxide, fossil fuels produce carbon dioxide, and there are no trees to absorb that carbon dioxide. Where do you think it will go? Definitely it will room in the atmosphere. And if it continues to room in the atmosphere, it will be absorbed by the water bodies which contain aqua life. And when it is absorbed by the aqua bodies, it will react with the water and forming something called the carbonic acid. That carbonic acid will make the water to become acidic, hence affecting the fish. Definitely fish will die in the rivers. Even if the fish survive, definitely the food that the fish eats might not survive, and definitely the fish will have nothing to eat, and the result will be death. Hence we will lose food, and we won't develop the nutrients that we get from the fish. Members of the auditorium, not only that, we know to say that because this biodiversity has been lost, because we are being affected, there are organizations that have been put in place to fight this biodiversity. Exhibit number 4.
Point of order.
Not allowed. The United Nations Environmental Programme promotes sustainable practices including forest conservation and restoration organization, ensuring reforestation and afforestation. If climate change is of no relevance, why are these put into practice? And then, if...
Point of interjection.
Allowed.
Members of the House, affiliates of the Chamber, on the motion, it is stating that in the African setup, when you talk about the United Nations, it does not only concentrate on Africa, it involves everyone else, and those people have already advanced. Allow me to quote through this article which states, Nigeria, Lesotho, Madagascar, and Zambia had poverty levels comparable to China, Vietnam, and Indonesia in the 1990s. Far way back, and you are telling me that those same people sit in the UN General Assembly and set up things for you. Members of the House, this is not relevant to us, and we strongly stand on that point. I submit.
Members of the auditorium, in the sense that we know to say that the United Nations talk about everything worldwide, we know to say that even Africa is under the United Nations. It also makes decisions for Africa. Members of the auditorium, let me go back to what I was saying. When these trees are being cut, we not... Okay. Members of the auditorium, we know to say when these trees are being cut and then these plants are also not there, the land will remain bare. If the land remains bare, wind will wash away the topsoil, causing soil erosion. And where the soil erosion, definitely we know to say the land will become infertile for agriculture. The land will become infertile for agriculture. And we know to say that African countries highly depend on agriculture. So if we lose agriculture, meaning the number of the poverty levels would increase. So I'm wondering why someone would want to fight poverty instead of fighting the cause of poverty. Fighting poverty.
Madam Speaker, I have a very short question to ask. They don't want us to cut down the trees. If we want development, where are we going to build the airports, the malls that we want? On top of trees?
Redefinition of motion that was clearly stated by my first speaker. We say it is relevant, which means closely applicable. So, in this situation, we are saying these things, they do not have a direct impact, but we are supposed to react because they are closely applicable. We are not saying replant all the trees. We are not saying cut down all the trees, but the few that you have, please reserve so that we have.
Members of the auditorium, we know to say that when the land becomes infertile, agriculture will be affected. And when agriculture is being affected, we'll have less food, which will lead to poverty. So I wonder why someone would want to fight poverty instead of fighting the cause of poverty. Fighting poverty without fighting climate change is the same as mopping water that is still running from a running tap. Members of the auditorium, with only these few points I had, I rest my case.
Okay. One thing I know about my gender, given the opportunity to showcase their ability to excel, they would do it. So now that my gender have proven their points, let's find out how the other gender will be able to redeem themselves. Okay, so we are going to call upon the government whip, the summarizer, and the fourth speaker of the government, who is no other than Innocent Malupande. Okay, a reminder to the speakers, the government whip, the summarizer, the fourth speaker shall not be interjected.
Every challenge has a challenge to challenge it. Members of the House, before I add more paraffin to the fire, allow me to observe the debate etiquettes. Let me simply say all protocols are highly observed. Members of the House, ourselves as the government, we have to put the opposition in order. We are not denying climate change. You have to understand that. We are not denying it. What we are saying is that it is not of more relevance than these other issues that we already have. Members of the House, Madam Speaker, what we are saying is that we have issues like poverty levels, economic instability. Those are some of the things that we want to tackle now. And the opposition rightly said Africa contributes less than 10% to climate change. And to be precise, would say, some people would say 3.8, ourselves with what is there would say 4%. So what we are saying is that if we improve the lives of the people and ourselves for the love of the people, even the opposition, we want to make sure that we work for them, even though they are denying this. Climate change, green, whatever, ourselves, we want an economy which is stable. Members of the House, allow me to quote my brother and friend, Heraclitus, who said, things are changing. Who said climate should not change? Who said that? Members of the House, what we want now is adaptability, and what we are already putting in place. When we talk about poverty levels and maintaining everything, our economy, what we are saying is that whatever will happen, whatever happens, at least we'll be somewhere. Let me again quote the wisest man, one of the wisest men to ever exist, Socrates, who said, one of the primary lessons every man must learn is self-governance. So what we are saying is that as Africa, we need to govern ourselves. One of the parliamentarians from our side, from the government, said the poverty levels in Africa, if you try to look at China, for example, the United States, we are far in terms of poverty. So what we are doing now is like someone comes to your house and they are telling you, no, prioritize this, you're not supposed to prioritize this. We are the ones who live here in Africa. And to be precise, if I talk about Zambia, we have like 118 constituencies. Those are the people we are fighting for. We are not denying climate change. Yes, it's there. The climate has always changed. Look at the definition of the climate. Climate is defined very well that for a longer period of time, the climate always changes, and we're not denying that. What we are saying is that what is a major issue here? What are we prioritizing as a government? Members of the House, you would agree with me that Africa is our home. Africa must be owned by us. We contribute less than 10%. So if you say we are cutting down trees, and we're saying we do not contribute 70%, no. We're not like Russia. We're not like China. We're not like the United States. So our facts are stated clearly. Members of the House, we do not have many things to talk because this is very clear. Even yourselves, you already know. This is clear. This is clear. We are not talking about fictions. Ourselves, we are talking about facts. So with this, allow me to go and dress. Thank you.
Brief, but to the point. Someone once told me, what a man can do, a woman can do better. Is it a fact? Is it an opinion? Is it an assumption? Well, let's find out. I'm going to call upon the opposition whip, the summarizer, fourth speaker, to come and prove to us whether that saying is a fact, opinion, or an assumption. Okay, let's welcome to the stage Tariro Chitombo. A round of applause.
It is still a pleasant afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I I respect my adjudicators for listening to the opposition side and for not paying much attention to the nonsense that the government was presenting on this podium. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to redefine the motion as my first speaker has done in front of this podium. This House believes that significant variation of weather conditions, becoming warmer, wetter, drier, and deterioration of environmental depletion of resources, pollution, habitat destruction are closely applicable to the diverse cultural, environmental context of the African continent. Allow me to disarm the power that the government thinks they have in between their legs. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The first speaker, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The first speaker of the government side, order, thank you.
Order in the House of Debate. May the current speaker please be in order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first speaker came on this podium and clearly supported our motion. And he said, environmental degradation, pointing out biodiversity and says it is lost. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is lost. That's why it's affecting the African continent. He says that it is normal. We are saying it is relevant. We are saying it is closely applicable. Yes, it is normal, but it is affecting us. Let's not disregard that statement. They said we have more pressing issues like poverty. And my third speaker came here and pronounced audibly how this is how the root cause of poverty is coming about through climate change and environmental degradation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker brought points that holds no water. He said the mouse won't run away from the actual problem and go to the fire. Ladies and gentlemen, the actual problem is the clamp in the mouse's feet. So, ladies and gentlemen, this mouse is running on an empty stomach. This mouse is running with a clamp on its foot. This mouse is running with environmental degradation and climate change and still running to the same westerns that they say we depend on. Ladies and gentlemen, their second speaker said, I quote, a lot of concerning issues that were brought about with the Big Bang Theory. Ladies and gentlemen, that was natural. There are certain things that the African sector, they said we are contributing 3%. And we are saying, yes, that is fine. But the other 70% that's coming from the other world is affecting us directly. Kwapia is the only complaints that I heard in this tent. How is that brought about? Climate change. They said we need more interaction. Ladies and gentlemen, the borders between Botswana and Zimbabwe have been brought down, but still that does not reduce the climate change and environmental degradation. Yes, it's a pressing issue, but that can be solved by the politics above. Ladies and gentlemen, they said we need to spend thousands of dollars to reduce climate change and environmental degradation. We are saying plant a tree. We are not saying spend billions of dollars by buying gum tree seeds or whatever. We are saying plant a tree, make a t-shirt, make a bag out of a t-shirt that reduces climate change and environmental degradation. Instead of throwing papers in different settings of the different whatever, we are saying throw them in the possible bins that are, recycled. Ladies and gentlemen, the third speaker came through and provided evidence for us. And yes, we support that the evidence says we contribute 4%. But we are saying, still, ladies and gentlemen, the 80-something% is coming from the other world and directly impacting us. They said the Westerns are depleting. They said that we can't deplete our own resources to contribute to infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, those resources are being depleted by the Westerners because we do not know how to think for ourselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, this climate change and environmental degradation is not being caused for us. That same 3% is not us because we cannot think. They think for us. And so they are depleting our own resources to build the same malls that we are using to benefit them. So this
Ladies and gentlemen, their same third speaker came here and talked about going green. We are not saying become vegetarians, governments. We are saying the little you can do to contribute to reduce climate change, to reduce biodiversity. And my third speaker clearly came here, and whilst you were speaking and murmuring, she clearly stated how that biodiversity comes about, the degradation of the land, and how we are suffering from climate change scientifically. So ladies and gentlemen, their points hold no water. We are not saying become a jungle. The climate change is not improved only by planting trees for Africa to become a jungle. We are not saying let's go back to the olden days, but still, as we are modern, we are saying, what are we doing? What are you doing, sirs of the government, to improve the things, the little you can do to improve climate change and to improve biodiversity? Ladies and gentlemen, the government would rather starve and in love for development that's not even their own. So ladies and gentlemen, the argument that I hope you've been rubbed off of the stuff that the government have been implementing into your precious minds. With this, I thank you.
Has my gender managed to redeem themselves? Thank you so much to the panelists. That was an amazing debate. I'll allow you to leave the stage as we are waiting for the judges to wind up with the results. You can leave the stage and take your seats.
I love you so much. Your beauty, your power is my life.
Program and we are waiting for our judges. As we wait for our judges, I'll call upon the city of Bob to come and do a poem. But then, this is the program. Excuse me, brothers. Hello? Can you hear me? How are you? Okay. The rest of the program is as follows. After this, we will go for lunch, and I can assure you, I've seen the food, so just amazing. So, where are your parents? After lunch, there will be tree planting, and may I please encourage everyone, especially our guests, to be a part. You need to have a tree somewhere there. Yes. After tree planting, we're going to have some games. The students will have games with another institution, and then after that we'll call it a day. So can I have City of Hope as we wait for our judges to come and do their thing? Thank you very much.
toba na jonda pakona pone sa pointoba chitanga na dole pakona diakale na panona kazone de tinga walilenga kuba na nichinga mengi sindiwa na sakonga lengo timu be freda za kutake kuweka mchifunga pakunda
Hats off to the Lumen TV Zambia, give them a hand. They've been standing the whole morning in the afternoon. Just on that, please know that we are live on Lumen TV Zambia. We are live on YouTube as Lumen TV Zambia, and we are live on Facebook. So whatever it is you've been doing, think about it. You go viral. All right. Now lunch will be as follows. Lunch will be as follows. All our invited guests. If you didn't get an invitation, this is not for you. It's for those that got an invitation. All our invited guests, all the lecturers from all the institutions that are here, and formaters, you will have lunch at the convention dining hall. It's somewhere this side, at the far end, yes. There is always someone to direct us. And then all our students that have come from other places, the Glory Academy, UNZA, Lusaka Environmental Health University, DMI. You've got, you have your lunch in the tea room, which is this direction. Yes. And then we have our brothers here. I'm reliably informed by Father Alfijo that you are fasting. Okay. You will have your lunch in the main hall. So everyone, can I repeat that or is it clear? Wonderful. All the brothers from here, you go into the main hall. Invited students from all the universities that are here, you go into the tea room, you'll be directed there, and then all guests, all the invited guests, all lecturers and formators, you are going to go into the convention dining hall. I don't know if my judges are ready. 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes. Pardon, somebody has a suggestion. There are members of the institution who have something to do. Are you sure you want to be here? Yeah, so we will be entertained by our super DJ, and then in the next 2 minutes we are going to have our results. Of course, we are going to have the best speakers presented with something, and so on. Even those that were doing the poems today, they were judges. There were eyes all over, so I am sure there will be something for them. So thank you so much, DJ.
This is the generation
that helped us walk in the heat. Please, let's give them a big round of applause. We even have babies there. Can you imagine? They've been sitting there from about 9. They must be very, very hungry. So they will be the first ones to be served. So band, you are going to go to the tea room. That's where you are going to have. That's where you are going to have your lunch. Thank you so much.
Hello? Hello? Dear viewers, we are still broadcasting live from St. Bonaventure University here in Lusaka, Kenya, where we are celebrating or commemorating the World Philosophy Day. We just came from watching a debate between Bonaventure University College or University and Glory Academy. Waiting for the results. After these results, or after the results are given, that will be the end of our broadcast. But I invite you to join us on Sunday from Mumbwa Parish, Christ the King, where we'll be celebrating the 75 years of the parish in Mumbwa, Christ the King Parish. I'm informed that the Archbishop will be there. I suppose it will be a colorful celebration. You join us on Lumen TV, television, and Lumen TV Facebook page and YouTube channels. That will be on Sunday. Mass is scheduled to begin at 09:30 hours. That will be on Sunday, the 26th of November. And as you know very well, if you are Catholic, that is the last feast in the calendar of the church, and then after that we begin the Advent season. So thank you very much, all of you who've joined us today for this live broadcast that's sponsored by St. Bonaventure University. We wait together for the results of the debate that we are watching. After that, that will be the end of this live broadcast until, like I've said, on Sunday when we bring you a Jubilee Mass in Mumbwa from Christ the King Parish, where Father John Walia is the parish priest there, and he has cordially invited Lumen TV Zambia to be in Mumbwa Sunday. Of course, there are activities on Saturday for those who want to bring them live. But Sunday, bus live.
Welcome to Zambia mpaka buche ngasongula tikuko kagelo sopa kamushe bagaiga empendi ko walona tulindanga beshile mu makarona aweni no my one son ngabona ni never number one fan black swag but ndiko all white ichini chama jimbo kuma snow white benena piki mai nakoana gelo mfunde kali na matako haya inasemi gonna pali moba Kongole kaloba Tese mapita no kamoba Batiku kacha ni mujoa Tese mapita no kamoba Nenga kongole kaloba Hey, pali moba Cigarette kumanja chikapa hapa ilipo kumana kuchikapa pia cheni pia practice book ukasokoneza paya mbele ya soko nikasine kudry na kufoze mwene tima mwela limuntu usaziba floating ichini chava kankala mene vaziba floating ichini chava kankala mene vaziba floating ichini chava kankala mene vaziba kandala nilizire propangala umone efyo twangala jisema posano vima pia tosamo bata kwa deo wiki futi joano rofamu inasemi gona pali moba kamoba nenga kongole kaloba jese mapita no kamoba batiku kacha ni mujoa jese mapita no kamoba
Two best speakers coming from the two to stay hungry so that you get good results. Yes. Okay, the debaters, if you can please get close, because there's a little something for you, I think. We have the best debater from the proposing team, the government in sitting, and that is Emmanuel. Where is Emmanuel? Okay. Emmanuel, just stand there so that we know you exist. Yeah. And then from the female side, we have Chantel. Where's Chantel? Okay. May I please call upon the rector and Kenel Dube to come in front so that you can give out the tokens of appreciation. On stage, please, it will look more fancy if you're up there. Let's increase the numbers. Can you please help them? Please come up. Okay. Has Chantel gone? Tell her not to like eating. This is not the time. Okay. So can we have Emmanuel come up on stage, and where are the gifts? You left the book. Go and stand up there and start giving them. You can distribute. Glory Academy, somebody to represent Chantel. Someone who's not eating. Okay. Okay, ask Chantel to see me after she's finished eating. Thank you so much. I hope you got pictures. Did you get pictures? Congratulations. And then the best team, yes sir. Oh, okay. You were saying hi. Okay. The best debating team that we have, not my results, but results from the judges. Someone do the drum roll. We are supposed to have drums before we announce. Yes. Okay, so the best team is Are they having a token as well as a team? Handshake. Okay. Come for your handshake, whoever you are. The best team is yes. Well done. St. Bonaventure University. Wonderful. And then we are not yet done. We are not yet done. The best, are you listening? There were those two best speakers, huh? But there was overall someone who spoke better than everybody else. Drum roll, yeah. Chantel again. Chamiso Chantel, where are you? Still eating. Thank you so much. And I think it is time for lunch. Thank you so much. Where are they? Can you come and greet people? Hey, you winning team. Winning team Chantel, where were you? Yeah, you should wait. Even when Jesus comes, you'll be left behind. Go there and greet everybody. Those can be done at lunch. There is Chantel, very well spoken young lady. I am sure in the next 15 years we are going to see her somewhere, blogging or in the papers. Well done, congratulations, young lady. Okay, team, well done, SPU. A big hand for them, please. Well done, well done, well done. Well done, girl. Thank you very much. I think now we've come to the end of the first half.
And may I request, oh, there's a photo somewhere there. Wonderful. There's supposed to be a group photo, but it's lunchtime, so I will negotiate that after we eat, we have a group photo. Director, if I can request you to lead our delegates to where we are having lunch, because it is time to eat. It is time to eat. Oh, people want photos. Oh my gosh. People want photos. Oh, me.
Just come to where the grass is greener. Also, sit in a time, mama.